Oops.
Amy said she's going to be under Morgan Mills today.
Who? Oh. Well, you might do your wake-up call for Dan Hunt. And that's not the right Stephanie, I don't think. It is?
Yes.
You just don't recognize her without her uniform on.
And that may be. And while I'm waiting on Dan, I'm going to check on this iPhone to see who that is. That looks like Mr. Mayo. All right. We don't need him on this one. Okay.
Oh, both cell phones that he has, and he's not answering either of them.
This is Daniel Hunt.
He says the internet took out the storm took out the internet last night. He's trying to call in. The last numbers will be 441.
All right, Mr. Hunt, is that you? Mr. Hunt?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. All right, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor, the internet at my house has been completely taken out by that storm last night, I guess. And so I'm trying to call in, so I don't know this process. I apologize.
That's okay. We deal what we have to deal with. Okay, the first case on the docket is going to be FAM 19-0838 CC1 in the interest of Blake Stanford Jr. And we're set for a permanency / final, which I'm assuming is going to be a permanency hearing. And so I do not have any parents here today, so let's just go ahead and get everybody sworn in. It's going to be testifying. So I need everyone who's going to testify to make sure they're off of mute and to raise their right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Ridgel.
Okay, I'll call Delane Thorne. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Delane Thorne.
And where is RJ currently placed?
He is placed in a kinship placement in Gregg County with Amanda and her husband.
And how is he doing in that home?
He is doing wonderful. He's up to date on all medical dental appointments. He did turn 3 in February and he's already had his CANS assessment, but doing great.
Do we have any concerns for him in that placement?
No, we don't.
And does he have any special needs or medical needs?
No.
And as far as visitation, what is the current visitation schedule for RJ?
He visits with his mom every Saturday,
And what about,
supervised by Amanda.
okay. And what about Miss Pickett?
She visits every other weekend from Saturday to Sunday.
And are those visits going okay?
Yes.
Okay. And so as far as Destiny services, what services does she have left to complete?
She is currently still participating in her intensive counseling through Larry Wilburn's office.
And is that also her intensive parenting?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And for today's purposes, are you asking the court to find that she's compliant with her service plan or non-compliant?
She is compliant with her service plan.
Okay. And do you have any update on Destiny's new baby from the adversary hearing that was held yesterday?
The adversary hearing was actually rescheduled for today at 1:30.
Okay. Okay, and so today, are you asking the court to continue the department as a temporary managing conservator?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're set for a jury trial in this case on June 8th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we had a settlement conference or a mediation, and the parties didn't come to an agreement, but there's still some discussion about some settlement currently, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the parties are still working on possibly settling this case.
That is my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything else you feel the court needs to know today?
No, not at this time.
Okay. And so you're asking the court to maintain RJ in his current placement?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
And Mr. Hunt, and I will advise you that Ms. Blevins did join us. So do you have any questions, Mr. Hunt?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The visits that Destiny gets are, is it 2 hours every Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those are at Amanda Barron's house, not at the CPS office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And has Destiny provided you proof of her employment yet?
I have not received any pay stubs from her.
Okay. Destiny recently got a new car, or new to her at least. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And are you aware that she has insurance on that vehicle?
He has provided me with insurance. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she tell you she went to, I believe, Jacksonville sometime last week trying to get her driver's license, and they told her that the written portion of her driving test had expired, so she's having to redo that. Is that your understanding?
She did not tell me that she went to the Jacksonville office, but I do know she's had to
Or no, I'm
reschedule.
sorry, not Jacksonville. It was Palestine. I apologize.
I do know that she has rescheduled her driver's license appointment.
Okay. And she does have a house. It's on I think on the southwest side of Tyler on Highway 110. Is that your understanding?
No.
Okay. Where does she have a house?
The house that I've been to is on the east side of Tyler, off of 64.
Okay, it's off 64. I apologize. Okay. And it's been checked out by CPS and it's okay. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I guess as of earlier this week, she was staying temporarily with her friend Nicole while she recovered from her C-section. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that she is staying with her friend Nicole. Yes.
Okay. And Destiny has not had any positive drug tests during this entire case. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She's currently working on her intensive parenting. I believe it's with Larry Wilburn. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Mr. Coe?
No questions, Judge.
And Ms. Pickett, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Mills?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, anything further, Ms. Ridgel?
Yes, I'd call Casa. Can you state your name for the record?
Betty Sandifer.
And what's Casa's recommendation today?
CASA's recommendation is to keep things as they are unless we can finally get a settlement.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Hunt?
I have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Coe?
Nor do I, Judge.
Ms. Pickett?
No, sir.
And Ms. Mills?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, anything further, Ms. Ridgel?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunt, any witnesses?
Not for today's purposes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Coe, any witnesses?
No, Judge, I just want to second what Ms. Ridgel said, that there are continuing informal settlement discussions, and I think that the parties will continue to cooperate. We may end up at some point coordinating an informal settlement conference, post-mediation informal settlement conference, which I can do via Zoom, or I'm sure one of the other lawyers could set up if that becomes necessary. But what we do want to do is we can reach a settlement. We want to do it long before our trial date starts, so everybody doesn't spend half of a month getting ready for trial.
Okay, and I agree with that. Ms. Pickett, do you have any witnesses you want to call today or anything that you feel like I need to know?
No, sir, not at this time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mills, any witnesses or any recommendations?
No witnesses, Your Honor, and I would just echo what Mr. Coe said about settlement. If we're going to do it, I'd like to get it done sooner rather than later, and I do think that a settlement's still in the best interest of RJ. Otherwise, we'll be ready for trial in June.
Judge, may I ask a question, Judge, related to what I just and Ms. Ridgel had both discussed? Is there a pretrial set?
Since I'm not trying the case, I don't know.
It is set for June 3rd at 2:30. I'm putting that in the order at 1:30. I'm putting that in the order as well for announcement.
Okay. I didn't know I know the court schedule is busy. I didn't know if you, Judge Downs, wanted to set something prior to that pretrial announcement on your docket, just to give us some settlement pressure, because deadlines help everybody. If the court can't do it, I understand. If we get to June 3rd, I've already had to get ready for trial by that point. I would prefer like something late May-ish. But if you can't do it, just let us know. I just thought I'd put the idea out there.
I understand what you're saying there, and I do, I kind of agree with putting the pressure on, but unfortunately, really this needs to, it's either going to be a trial or it's not at this point. So that's going to be the pressure, getting ready for trial. And like you say, if you guys don't have it by June 3rd, you're not going to have it, on June 8th. So, but I will encourage everyone to get together probably within the next 3 to 4 weeks to try to figure out what settlement you can do or what might be possible. Because, like you say, I know all the attorneys are going to spend at least 3 weeks getting ready for this. And so by mid-May, you're already kind of committed into things. So I'm not going to set it, but I do, understand what you're saying there. And the department's going to continue.
And Your Honor, this is Dan Hunt. I can tell you that we have been, as Mr. Coe said, we've been talking through email about a potential settlement. So I think we can probably arrange to get something together here in the next week.
If you can get it settled, I can hear the settlement. I don't have a problem with that. Everybody have to waive that, the objections. But, if it gets settled, we can get that done and get it off of Judge Williams' docket, because I know he's got plenty of criminal trials to take care of. But for today's purposes, the department's going to continue as the temporary managed conservator of Blake, and I will approve the placement with Ms. Barron and find that is in his best interest today. I'm also going to continue the visits and keep everything status quo in the case. But again, if you guys can settle it, let Mr. Creech know, and I will put it on a docket for a prove up of a settlement agreement, as long as everybody's, willing to waive me hearing the final. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we will find out what happens as it goes. And, I believe Mr. Ridgel said the next hearing is going to be June the 3rd, which is a pretrial at 1:30.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you'll be, and you'll be in Judge Williams' court on that, and that will be in person, I'm pretty sure. So, but you guys get with Judge Williams, and he will let you know. And we're going to be adjourned today, and I appreciate it. Ms. Pickett, Ms. Barron, and Ms. Blevins, you can go ahead and log off, and we will see you possibly, depending on what the settlements are.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if you don't mind, I'm going to get off of this phone call and see if I can get my internet picked up before my 10:55 hearing.
We'll be fine. Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Coe, do you have anything else today?
I don't, Judge, but I'd be excused.
You may. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. All right, Ms. Perini is coming in. I think that's everyone in my waiting room that, except for Ms. New. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. Ms. Perini's audio is not connecting, but well, undoubtedly, Ms. New doesn't want to be here. Okay, I've got Ms. New now. All right, this is going to be FAM 21-0081 CC1 in the interest of the McBride children, and we are set today for a status hearing. I do have the parents here with us today, so I do have to give you the statutory warning, which is that your parental rights and duties are subject to restriction or termination if you are unwilling or unable to provide your child or children with a safe environment. Now, need to get everyone sworn in that's going to be testifying today. So I need you to be off of mute and to raise your right hand. And Mr. McBride, I need you off of mute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. New, you may proceed.
Thank you. I call Ashley Morgan. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Ashley Morgan.
And are you the conservatorship worker for the McBride kids?
Yes, I am.
And where are they currently placed?
Balin and Willow are currently in a foster home in Texas, and Ribbon and Phillip are in a foster home in Eustis.
Okay. And how are they doing in their placements?
They're doing well. Since the adversary, Balin and Willow were doing a new placement because they were discharged from their initial. They're doing really, really well in that new home. Phillip are in the same foster home that they were initially placed in. They're continuing to do well. Ribbon has started school at Eustis. He's in pre-K, and Phillip's going to daycare, and Willow actually started daycare, and then Balin's going to school. So they're doing well.
Okay. Are there any health issues with any of the kids?
No, there's not.
At this point, are any of the kids on psychotropic medication?
No.
And any developmental concerns with the children?
No. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Are their current placements meeting all their needs?
Yes, they are.
Are you asking the court to maintain them in their current placements?
Yes, I am.
So was a family group conference held in this case?
There was.
Did both mother and father attend?
Yes, they did.
And did both parents have the opportunity to assist in developing a plan designed, narrowly tailored to address the specific reasons that brought the children into care?
Yes.
Do they both understand what is required of them by their respective plans?
Yes.
And so let's talk about mom. What is on her plan of service?
On tier 1, we've asked that she complete a psychological evaluation. And then I mentioned in tier 2, we've asked that she complete a 12-step program, participate in substance abuse counseling, individual counseling, general parenting classes, attend a parent collaboration group, and then also family counseling eventually. And then in tier 3, we have asked that the parent or that Ms. McBride develops a budget plan, and then also hopefully we can transition into unsupervised visitation, and then the ongoing service plan task.
Okay. Has she reviewed inside the plan?
Yes, she has.
And is it filed with the court?
It is.
Are you requesting that the court make it the order of the court today?
Yes, I am.
And how about Dad? What is on his service plan?
So for Dad, we've asked that he complete a psychological evaluation, and then an EDCOT assessment. And tier 2, complete a 12-step program, individual counseling, substance abuse counseling, parent collaboration group, and then participate in general parenting classes. Also family counseling on tier 2. And then we've also asked in tier 3 that he develop a budget plan, and then hopefully we can transition into unsupervised visitation, and then of course the ongoing service task.
Okay, great. And has he reviewed and signed the plan?
He has.
Are you requesting that the court make this plan the order of the court today?
Yes, I am.
And what is the permanency goal?
Family reunification with a concurrent goal of relative adoption.
Okay. Anything else you feel the court needs to be updated on at this time?
Yes. So we did, I did request a home study on the paternal grandmother, Mr. McBride's mother. However, that's been denied. There was some concerns of Miss Debbie McBride, her age. She also has an adoptive handicapped daughter, and 4 kids would be a lot to take on, I feel like. But again, that home study was denied. I will request a home study on the maternal grandparents. However, when I did speak to Miss McBride, they can't take on all 4 children. They can only take on the older 2. And I know the department really has a goal of wanting all 4 kids back together. And I know that placement's continuing to work on that and finding placement for all 4 of them. They do get to see each other weekly for 2 hours. And then I'm also going to try to get the foster parents in contact with each other, maybe meet up once a month on a Saturday for a park visit so they can all spend some time together. They all love each other very much, and they're excited every week when they get to see each other.
Okay, thank you. Pass the witness.
And Mr. Hawkins?
And Judge, I don't have any questions for this witness.
All right, Mr. Smith?
Ms. Morgan, in regards to the home study, is it a priority of the department to keep the kids together?
The department, always has a goal. We want to keep all the siblings together. However, that hasn't been able to be achieved thus far, but that's our goal. I mean, that's what we're working towards constantly.
You said there was a home study performed on the father's adoptive mother. Is that correct?
It's actually his mother. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We can stop. And the result of that is that a home study was denied, right?
Yes, sir.
Why was it denied again?
There was concerns of Miss McBride taking on 4 children. She has an adoptive adult daughter who's handicapped.
Okay, let's stop there. How old is she?
I believe Miss McBride's 66.
Yes, ma'am.
66. Is she willing to take all the kids? Did she express that to you?
She did, yes.
Okay. So the only option that was willing to take all the kids, you decided to deny the home study. Is that right?
I don't make that decision. The home study is requested through a third party, and then it's sent back to the department, and our program director makes that decision.
And that was due to her age and the fact that she has another daughter who's special needs at home.
I also believe there was references contacted, and there was concerns about Miss McBride's other son who lives in the home, and him drinking.
Does she have any CPS history?
Miss McBride does not. No, sir.
Does she have any criminal history?
No.
Who made the decision to deny that home study?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Just that a full hearing on placement would go beyond the scope of a status hearing. We're happy to have that hearing, but I think it's going to take longer than the time allotted for a status hearing, and we'd like to be prepared and have witnesses if we need them. I don't know that everyone has seen the home study yet.
To respond to that, Judge, I think it was ordered at the adversarial hearing, and this is our first opportunity to have any questions answered by the department as to the results of that. I just heard today that it was denied, and I'm trying to get some guidance here.
The purpose of a hearing is to give me information to make a decision, not for you to get discovery. Okay, that's where we get a little bit off on these hearings sometimes. It's not your information is you contact Ms. New or Ms. Morgan and you gather information and then you present it at a hearing. You don't come to a hearing and gather information. Okay, that's not really where we're at. And I agree that I want to hear some things about this, but she's already answered that. That was the program director that makes that decision. And I think we're all very aware that program directors are what or make the decisions regarding home studies. So let's move it along, Mr. Smith.
Fair enough. Do you have any other option, family placement that would accept all 4 children at this time?
No, sir. I did speak with Miss McBride. I did attempt to call Mr. McBride yesterday afternoon for them to start gathering some more family members or even fictive kins that have had a relationship with the kids before coming into care. So I just encourage them to.
And let me ask you, did you receive a copy of the home study or did they just tell you it was denied, I guess?
The third party does send the copy back to the department.
Did you get it?
I did.
Okay, could you share that with counsel and the department's attorney?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Can I ask the question?
No, ma'am. Ms. Mills, any questions?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions for today's purposes.
All right. And any further witnesses, Ms. New?
I would call Casa. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Kathy Moreland.
And what is Casa's recommendation at this time?
We agree with the department. The children are in very good homes. They're taken care of. All their needs are being met. And like everyone else, we just would like to see the kids together as soon as that could happen.
I'm a lawyer after this. I'll talk to
Thank
my
you.
lawyer.
Pass the witness.
And Mr. Hawkins?
I don't have any questions for this witness, Judge.
Mr. Smith?
No questions, Judge.
And Ms. Mills?
No questions, Your Honor.
And any further witnesses, Ms. New?
No, Your Honor. The department rests.
All right. Mr. Hawkins, any witnesses?
Judge, I don't believe I have any witnesses today.
All right. And Mr. Smith, do you have any witnesses?
Mr. McBride,
All right. Go ahead.
state your full name for the record, sir.
Jody Glenn McBride.
Now, Mr. McBride, did you participate in the family group conference?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you received a service plan?
Yes, sir, I did.
You understand that's going to be ordered by the court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have any questions about the task there?
No, sir. I just know I need to complete them.
Yes, sir. And you understand you can call me, call the department, talk to your caseworker about completing those tasks?
Yes, sir. I was going to call you after the hearing was over.
Fair enough. You understand also on testimony today that if there was a denied home study, that the department may be interested in further family members to look at for placement of all the girls together?
Yes, sir. And I was wondering if my older brother were to move out of my mother's house, because that was the concerns of one of the concerns about them being placed here. If my brother were to move out of the house, would that help the situation?
I think that's something you should take up with your caseworker. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Could you do that?
I definitely will.
Thank you, sir. Pass the witness.
All right, Ms. New,
No questions.
Mr. Hawkins,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Mills,
No questions.
all right, and Mr. Smith, any further witnesses?
No further witnesses, Judge.
And Mr. Smith, did you get the affidavit of efficiency back yet from Mr. McBride?
I thought I did, and I thought I filed it, but I can check my file to make sure.
I don't see a record of us getting it, but like I say, we'll check that as well.
We did get it back, Judge, but I'm going to make sure if we e-file that or I get it over to the court today.
Yes, sir. Okay. And Ms. Mills, any witnesses or any recommendations?
No witnesses, Your Honor, and I would agree with CASA and approve the department to remain TMC and approve the current placements. The kids are doing great where they are. I too would like to see them to be together, but they're in good places for now.
All right. And so the department is going to continue as a temporary managing conservator of all 4 children. And I will approve the current placements as meeting their needs and in their best interest for today. And I will make the family plans of service in order of the court today. I didn't hear about the visitation schedule, but since there wasn't really any complaints about it, we'll keep that the way it is. Now, as far as the home studies, obviously, there needs to be some discussion about possible ways of doing this. The other thing I'm going to say is I understand the department's desire to have the kids all in the same foster home, but there's also that provision in there that says you keep them with family too, and they're not currently together. So there's competing factors in all of that. So obviously this home study on the maternal side needs to be done as well. All right. Anything else I need to cover? All right.
Judge, I don't know if you saw my chat, but this is the one we did receive Dad's stuff, and it's on your desk.
I certainly don't see it, but that is something we'll go through. Mr. Smith, if we've got it, we'll go over it. All
Yeah,
right.
it looks like it was e-filed on the 26th, but I'm happy to send it directly to Brittany if I need to do that.
Well, if it was e-filed, give me just a second then.
Yes, Your Honor. February 26th, Judge, sorry.
All right. Okay, I remember this now because there was a question about handwriting as to what the number was. Okay, well, Mr. McBride, you showing here you're making $492 per week?
Yes, sir. Would be, but here lately, because I've also had to for court and seeing the kids, and now that every couple weeks I'll be going to the East Texas psychological deal, I'll be making less.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep Mr. Smith on as your attorney. Now, I am not going to preclude, I may enter an order having you reimburse the county for certain amounts of that money that is spent.
Sure.
And so, but I am going to keep Mr. Smith as your attorney.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And if there's nothing further, then we're going to be adjourned today. So Mr. and Ms. McBride, you can go ahead and log off. And
Just
our next
briefly,
hearing
Judge.
What's that?
Just briefly, if the department can just share those home studies, we didn't get it. I did not get it before today. I wasn't trying to conduct discovery in the hearing. I just need them to share it. That's all.
Well, and that's, but I'm not sure when they got it, and they did say that they were going to give it to you.
Yes, sir.
All right, our next hearing is going to be July the 23rd, and that will be the initial permanency hearing, and we will go over kind of what the progress is at that point. All right, and we are going to be adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I'll send-
All right, and I think I have everybody's audio up now, and missing Mr. Stevens.
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Stevens earlier this week, and I believe he said he was.
He's coming in.
Oh,
He
is he?
just, yeah, he's in my waiting room. I clicked on it, but sometimes it doesn't bring him in. All right, I got everybody now. This is going to be FAM 19-08863 in the interest of the Gressett children. And we are here for a permanency/final. And I assume it's going to be a permanency hearing. And I do have parents here, so I do have to give you the statutory warning, and that is that your parental rights and duties are subject to restriction or termination if you are unwilling or unable to provide your child or children with a safe environment. All right, so let's get everybody sworn in. It's going to be testifying today, so I need you off of mute and to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. New, you may proceed.
Thank you. I call Ronnie Smith. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Ronnie Smith.
And are you the conservatorship worker for the Gressett kids and parents?
I am.
Where are the kids currently placed?
They're currently placed in a foster home.
Same place they've been in for some time now,
Correct.
and they're together.
Correct.
And how are they doing?
They're doing very well. We are faced with a few challenges with Damon. There's been a couple issues where he has reached out and potentially engaged in inappropriate conduct. However, they are making tremendous strides and doing very well.
And are they active in counseling or therapy?
They are.
Okay. And is the acting out between each other stopped?
There was one attempt by Damon to ask Angel to kiss him, but we are moving to potentially different girls with Damon. And we're hoping that we're making more changes with Damon. Like I said, it's going to continue to take counseling, and for parents and caregivers and the department all kind of wrapping around him.
Okay, great. But he's making progress.
He is.
Any medical problems with either of the kids?
No.
Are either of them on psychotropic medication?
Yes, Damon he receives medication for ADHD, which has been very rewarding for him, not only to calm down, but also for school.
Okay. And he's under the regular care of a doctor at least every 90 days with that, correct?
Yes, he is.
And is Angel on any psychotropic meds?
No, she is not.
Okay. And are they both, how are they doing in school?
They're doing excellent. So Damon is making A's and B's, and Angel also A's and B's. They're doing very well. Their conduct is amazing. They are achieving their educational needs and achieving their grade level at this time.
Great, great. Okay. So are all their needs being met in their current placement?
Yes.
And are you asking the court to maintain them in that placement?
Yes.
And so let's talk about the progress of the parents. We'll start with Ms. Gressett. How is she doing in terms of her service plan?
Ms. Hilger is doing very well. She's completed the majority of her services. She completed a psychological, her parenting. She also did her drug assessment. She continues to do her 12-step program. She's involved in substance abuse counseling, which is going very well. She's continued to submit random drug testing, which has been negative for quite some time now. Her individual counseling, she's successfully completed. She's provided stability. She's also attended the parent collaboration. The only thing that she lacks at this time is the heart group. And she currently she's attended 9 sessions. She needs to complete stages 2 or sessions 2, 6, and 7. And I believe that will be done within the next 2 sessions.
Okay. So granted, she's not completely finished with everything, but is there anything that we want her to do that she has not either completed or is in the process of completing?
Not at this time. I think she's doing outstanding.
She's fully compliant. Okay. How about Mr. Gressett?
Mr. Gressett, we've asked him to do a psychological, which he has completed, a psychiatric evaluation he completed, an Andrews Center, a mental health assessment he's completed, and has continued to see his doctor for medication reviews. He's completed his individual counseling, his drug assessment, 12-step program. He is still attending his substance abuse counseling, and that's going very well. His random drug testings have been great, and those have been negative for quite some time now. Also, he has offered stability for the children. He just was successfully discharged with anger management classes. He's attended parenting collaboration groups, and both parents continue to communicate with the department and apply to or adhere to all of the miscellaneous and general guidelines that the department's asked.
Right. So he likewise is either working on it or has done everything we've asked. Is that true?
Yes.
And he's made great strides. Is that fair to say?
Tremendous.
He is on medication. Is that correct?
He is.
And he's staying regular with his medication and touching back with his doctors if it's not working or it needs adjustment. Is that correct? Okay. Now, we held a settlement conference in this case, true?
Yeah.
And we worked out a plan, though we didn't put it in a Rule 11 because it's sort of contingent on things continuing to go as well as they are. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And so as a part of that plan, we want to slowly integrate the kids back into the parents' lives and end up with a monitored return shooting for June-ish. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so at this time, are you asking the court to just maintain our current dismissal date of August 21st in light of that, and set us for a hearing in June so that we could request the formal ordering of the monitored return?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the visitation plan?
Currently, right now, we are still doing biweekly every Tuesdays in the Tyler office. Those will be moving as of next week to unsupervised visits. And we will continue that out. I think that we have 4 visits before we would like to begin the full-blown monitor return in place with the mom and dad.
We, everybody sort of worked together on coming up with this plan of doing unsupervised and then longer unsupervised, ultimately leading up to the monitored return. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you feel like that's in the best interest of the kids?
I do.
Okay, thanks. Pass the witness.
Ms. Thompson?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Stevens?
No question, Your Honor.
Ms. Mills?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any further witnesses, Ms. New?
I would call CASA.
All right.
Could you state your name for the record, please? I wasn't able to hear that.
I think your microphone is off. Haglin, on the mute side, there's a little, I don't know what's called, a little arrow going up, and it should talk about your microphone in that.
Is that a little better?
I think I got it.
There
Okay.
we go.
All right.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Emily Hegland.
And what is CASA's recommendation at this time?
Our recommendation is that the children remain in their current placement and that we continue to, like you said, work together with the parties to work toward this eventual monitored return.
Okay. And CASA was part of the settlement conference, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Pass the witness.
All right, and Ms. Thompson?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Stevens?
No questions.
And Ms. Mills?
No questions.
Anything further, Ms. New?
No, Your Honor, the department rests.
Ms. Thompson, any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Stevens, any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Mills?
No witnesses, Your Honor, and I agree with CASA. I think the plan that's everybody came up with is a great plan, and proud of the parents. When I came into the case, things weren't looking so great, and there's been a great turnaround, so I'm happy for them, and I think the plan is in the best interest of the kids, and they're doing great where they are, and looking forward to a good ending.
All right. Well, the department is going to continue as a temporary managed conservator of both children, and I will approve current placements. I'm also going to approve the, I call it a step-up visitation plan, transition plan, and I will echo from Ms. Bills. I remember this case starting, and I remember where we started from and where we're at now, and things are going where they should go. And there's been a lot of rocky road, but it seems like it's leveling out, which I want to, express my appreciation to both of the parents for that, because you guys have worked very hard to get there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a hearing. It's going to be kind of a progress hearing on June the 11th. And that will, at that point, it'll either be time for the monitor to return or it won't. I am very excited in the fact that I think it will be. And we can start the monitor return at that point and get this case moved down the road a little bit. All right. Otherwise, we do have a final hearing that is set in July, but it looks like, and we're also, if we have to do it, it's going to be a jury trial setting, so we'll get with the attorneys on that as well. But June the 11th, that's the date to shoot for. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we are going to be adjourned today. And Mr. and Ms. Gressett, I appreciate what you're doing. Keep it up, and we'll see you back in June.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. And where did Miss Moreland go?
This way.
Screech, I'm going to need Casa on here. And Mr. Kennedy's
I've sent him some chat.
audio. Yeah. And it's up now.
To Verizon Wireless, your call cannot be. We're sorry. First,
I'm trying to call her, Judge. Okay, she's going to log on in just a second.
And yes, it is going to be one of these days.
I think she's having issues getting on, Judge. I don't know if we need to try to bring Brittany in.
Oh, yeah, Miss Herb, I'll bring her in just to see. I know Miss LaPlante's popped on twice and dropped off before I could even get her in. Miss Herbie?
Yes, sir.
I hate to impose on you, but I need a CASA.
That's okay. I got it.
All right, this is going to be FAM 20-0543-392 in the Stellar and Kennedy case. And we're set today for a initial permanency hearing. And I do have parents here, so I do have to give you the statutory warning. And that is that your parental rights and duties are subject to restriction or termination if you are unwilling or unable to provide your child or children with a safe environment. And so let's go ahead and get everybody that's going to be testifying today to make sure you're off of mute and to raise your right hand. All right. And do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, I think I got everybody there, but Ms. New, go ahead.
Thank you. I call Casey Wilson. Excuse me. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Casey Wilson.
And are you the conservatorship worker for the Stellar and Kennedy kids?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are they currently placed?
Michael is placed in Lufkin in a foster home. Allison is placed in Fairfield in a foster home.
Okay. And how are they doing in their respective placements?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How are they doing in their respective placements?
They are both doing really well. Allison's grades are all A's and B's. She's not gotten in any trouble at school. She's going to therapy once every other week. And she's thriving. She's doing really well and happy. Michael, his grades have come up as well. He has all A's and B's. He was recently put on a new medication to help with some of his behavior outbursts, and it's been very effective. I think in the last 3 weeks, he's gotten in trouble once, and that was yesterday. He's doing good in school. He's getting along with his peers. He's getting along with the kids in placement and seems to be doing really well at this time.
Well, that's great. Because he was having some problems there for a while, was he not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are there any health issues with either of the kids?
Michael had tubes put in his ears. It was the middle of March. The surgery went well. He healed and is doing better, and he's able to hear much better than he was before. Aside from that, there's no health issues.
Okay. And are either of them taking psychotropic medication?
Michael is.
And he's seen regularly by an MD to monitor his medication at least every 90 days.
Yes, he sees someone for his medication every 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay. And why are the kids in different placements?
Michael is at a specialized level of care due to a lot of the behaviors he had when he first came into care at the department. And they were initially placed together, but that placement cannot they are not able to handle the kind of behaviors he was having.
Okay. And he was originally at the same one with Allison?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then he was moved to a higher level of care.
Yes.
Okay. And are all of their, how are they doing in school?
How are they doing in school? They're both doing really good. They've all got all A's and B's.
Great. So are both placements meeting all of their needs?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you requesting the court maintain them in their placements?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about parents' progress. At this point, we'll start with Mom. Is she making adequate and appropriate progress on her service plan?
No, ma'am.
What has she failed to do?
Did you say what has she failed to do? I'm sorry, my computer speakers are not awesome
Yes.
today.
What has she failed to do?
Well, she just completed the ECADAS this past week, so I have to wait and see if she follows through with that. She hadn't followed up with her appointments with Stephanie Teal, but it's my understanding that she does have an appointment to start back up today. She'd only had one session of individual therapy with East Texas Psychological, but again, it's my understanding Lynn was going to, she told me that she had called them and hadn't received a call back, so she was trying to set that up again. The parenting classes, I did confirm that she is on the wait list for parenting classes through Methodist Children's Home, so we just have to wait for a new one to start up, I think, in May. And she has not attended parent collaboration. She did drug tests for the month of March, though.
What have her drug test results been like in her drug testing history?
She has only drug tested twice since the start of this case in October. And her most recent drug test was March 26th, and she was positive on urine for amphetamines and methamphetamines. And her hair follicle, also March 26th, was positive for methamphetamines and amphetamines.
Okay. And I'm assuming, was it positive back in October as well?
She was positive in October during the investigation, and she was also positive with her test in December.
And that's meth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's move on to Mr. Starnes, who is Michael's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he making adequate and appropriate progress on his plan?
He completed his psychological, he is compliant with drug testing, and he is doing parenting classes. But the issue is that he has not made a visit with Michael since I think October was the last time he had a visit with him, because in November, Michael was in the psychiatric hospital when the visit was scheduled.
And so is he actively working to achieve reunification with Michael?
He is completing the items on his service plan, yes, but he is not engaging with Michael. I gave the opportunity, Michael calls him every single Saturday, and that started back in December. And of those Saturdays, he answered the one call right before our PC conference. And then after he missed this last visit, I told him that he needs to make his son a priority. And so he talked to him for 15 minutes on that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And so would you say that he is not making adequate and appropriate progress on the service plan?
Yes, ma'am.
And then how about Mr. Kennedy? Is he making adequate and appropriate progress on his service plan?
Yes, ma'am. He completed his psychological. He completed his mental health evaluation. He actually just got discharged from individual counseling successfully. He's been attending parent collaboration every month, and he is set to start parenting classes May 4th. I'd hoped he would get in February, but that was not his issue. That was the provider.
Okay. So he would be in compliance with his plan as far as you're concerned. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But the problem with him is that he's got a pending sexual assault of a child case hanging over his head. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know anything about the status of that case?
No, ma'am. I talked to the district attorney's office earlier this week and they were supposed to call me back and they have not. From what they told me over the phone, it looks like there are bond conditions, but they cannot find the actual document that states what the bond conditions are.
Okay. So we had been under the impression from information given to us by Mr. Kennedy that he has bond conditions that would prohibit him from visiting with Allison. Is that true?
Yes. When the case started, he said that he thought his bond conditions were that he couldn't be with children under the age of 18.
And so we have not made visits available because of that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But we've searched and searched for those bond conditions and we don't find them. True?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, is the department going to offer the visits, and it's up to him whether he thinks he has those bond conditions or not, whether he wants to do
Yes, ma'am.
At any rate, it causes a problem for a permanency goal or any kind of reunification for him. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So has the goal changed for these kids?
Yes, the primary goal is going to be relative adoption with the secondary goal being family reunification.
Okay. Do we have a relative located or in mind at this point?
Right now, there is a pending home study on Leona Whitman. That is Ricky's mom who lives in the Galveston area. We should have that back in the next week and a half. If that does not work out, I have another really good potential placement, Miranda and Randy Weeks. They actually live in Malakoff, so they'll be closer in terms of visits and both the kids would be able to go there. So we do have some options.
Who are they related to?
They are, so Lynn has a brother named Michael Steller also. That's our Michael's uncle. And they are family friends. So they have known the Stellers for like 20 years. The kids know who they are. They've been to their home. And actually, Miranda is a SPED teacher aide at the school. So that would be awesome because she has experience in being able to help with some of Michael's needs.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you feel the court needs to be updated on at this time?
No, ma'am.
Are you asking the court to approve the department's goal change and to maintain the status quo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Pass the witness.
You're on mute, Judge.
All right. Mr. Casberry?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wilson, is it fair to say that there has been improvement insofar as Ms. Steller working her services?
This past week, as long as she maintains that meeting with Ms. Teal and she does engage in individual therapy, at that point, I would say yes.
Right, and she has finished her at CADA, so that's an improvement. Do you agree? Would you agree?
Yes, sir, as long as she follows the recommendations of it.
Right, and you're aware that a lot of her problems have been due to transportation problems?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you're aware that she now has a car?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that should step things up quite a bit, wouldn't you say?
I hope so.
So except working services, you'd say that her biggest problem has been failing the drug tests?
Yes.
Okay. And last test was March 26th.
Yes, sir.
Is there any way we could step up that that part of the program as far as testing?
So
that she can know that she's clean.
So I talked with my supervisor about that. We are allowed to do 1 UA a month and 1 hair follicle every 3 months. And to be fair, I did ask Lynn every week since we had court in February to drug test, and she finally did it the 26th.
Okay. So when is the soonest she could be drug tested again? It'll be end of April?
Anytime in April, yeah.
Oh, anytime in April?
Mhm.
Okay. And did you say that the primary goal of the department at this time is adoption?
Yes, sir.
And is that a change? Isn't that a change in the goal?
Yes, sir. We talked about that at the permanency conference.
And is there a concurrent goal or an alternative goal?
Family reunification.
Okay. And what would it take for reunification to return to the top of the list of goals?
Timely completion of services and negative drug tests.
Okay. And did you say that there's going to be a change in the placement?
We are exploring options for what would be considered kinship placements so that the kids can be placed together.
And who was that with?
The first one is Leona Whitman. That is ongoing. We're waiting for it to be completed in the paperwork to get back. That is Ricky, who is Lynn's boyfriend's mother, who lives in Galveston area.
Wait, Leona Whitman, and she lives in Galveston?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be a closer
placement? That would put the kids in the same placement. And that placement was actually, the option was provided to me by Lynn and Ricky.
When will we know about this change in their placement?
I'm not sure what you mean.
When are we going to know that the change in placement is going to actually occur?
I don't have an exact date. We should have something back in the next week and a half from the people that actually complete the home study. And then all of that information has to be gone over by employees of DFPS. And then at that point, we'll have an answer.
Mr. Mayo?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Yeah, just a few. It's Miss Wilson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I know Casey, but I want to call you by your last name. Miss Wilson, with regard to Mr. Kennedy himself, he's done everything you've asked him to do with regard to working the plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But for the other allegation against him, the pending case against him, he would be a suitable choice for reunification of the family. Is that right?
I would, even if you took that charge out, there would be some concerns on behalf of the department because he resides on the same property as someone who has been found reason to believe for sexual abuse of a child.
Okay. You're talking about Mr. Kennedy currently lives on that property?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that person?
That is his brother, Charles Kleber.
Okay. And have those charges been substantiated or brought against Mr. Kleber yet?
So for Mr. Kleber, I believe that he was no billed criminally. However, he was found reason to believe for sexual abuse of a child by the department. And he also has some other reason to believe history in terms of neglectful supervision, I believe.
Okay. But if Mr. Kennedy, in the event Mr. Kennedy was not faced with this other problem and was able to substantiate his own homestead place, he would be a consideration. Is that correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, and it's also, Mr. Mayo, I'm not real sure how relevant it is. He does have that. It's kind of speculation at this point.
Okay. Just a quick follow-up then, Judge. With regard to Mr. Kennedy's bond conditions, if I may, I believe I know what has transpired with regard to those bond conditions, and it's the reason you nor I can find them. It's my understanding that when Judge Moore added those provisions to the bond conditions, the DA's office, the ADA that was there was to expand the bond condition order, and that just did not get done. So that may answer the at least months old question as to where those other bond conditions are. But it is true that you've not found any written bond conditions. Is that right, Ms. Wilson?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And I wanted you to know I had looked for them and I just haven't found them either. But I believe that's my recollection as to what happened. Okay, Ms. Wilson, thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
All right. And Ms. Mills, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. New, any further witness? Oh, well, before I get, Ms. Wilson, what's taking so long on Ms. Whitman's home study?
We had sent it off, and then some of the paperwork was incorrectly filled out, so we fixed it, and then we sent it off again, and Miss Whitman changed her number but didn't notify me. So then I had to track down a new number and figure out how to get a hold of her and send that off.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. New, any further witnesses?
No, I just had a couple follow-ups with this witness very quickly, if I may.
Very, very quickly.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, you had Mr. Castleberry asked you some questions about drug testing with Lynn Stellar, and you said she could go anytime. Did you mean it's possible for her to go, but she needs to wait until you call her to go for a drug test?
Yes, ma'am.
So that it would be, the drug tests have to be random, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also testified you only had 2 drug tests from her so far, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You only have 2 drug tests from her in October and March?
The drug tests I have are from December and March.
Okay. And, but you have, is it true that you've asked her to go at least once a month?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Pass the witness.
Any further questions of Ms. Wilson from anyone? All right, Ms. New, any further witnesses?
I would call CASA. Please state your name for the record.
Kathy Moreland.
And what is CASA's recommendation at this time?
We're in agreement with the department. The children are doing well in their placements correctly. Their needs are being met. And I also in agreement with the department as far as getting them placed together with family or family friends. I'm a little leery on them going to Galveston, but we will have to see what that home study portrays.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
All right, and Mr. Castleberry.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mayo?
No questions, John.
And Ms. Mills?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, any further witnesses, Ms. New?
No, Your Honor, we rest.
Mr. Castleberry, any witnesses?
No witness, Your Honor. We rest.
All right, and Mr. Mayo, any witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor. We rest.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mills, any witnesses or recommendations?
No witnesses, Your Honor, and I would agree with CASA. Continue the department as TMC and approve the placements of the children. I have some concern about the placement option in Galveston, but I need to see the home study as well. But I understand there's another lead as well, so I look forward to that report if the Galveston doesn't go through.
All right, thank you. All right, well, the department is going to continue as a temporary managed server of both the children. I will approve the current placements and find that is in the best interest of the children at this point. I will, also say that the move, especially regarding Michael, needs to be looked at pretty closely because you don't want to set him back by placing him in a strange environment. And as far as the parents, and Ms. Stellar, sorry. Ms. Stellar, you're kind of getting behind a little bit on things. You got to step up, and the thing is, and I know Mr. Casper was asking about what you had to do to get your children back to you. The very first thing is you got to stop using meth. Very first thing, because if you're doing that, it ain't never going to happen. You just need to understand that and make that choice. And so that is something that, you need to understand going into it, whatever you have to do to make that happen. Now, as far as, the two fathers, unfortunately, Mr. Kennedy's got things that are going to, stand in his way at this point until he gets those criminal issues resolved. Just because there's not written bond conditions, if it's been, orally stated in court, he's the one that would know that, and I'm not going to order visitation in violation of what I know the criminal courts intend. That would be setting Mr. Kennedy up. That's not fair to him to put him in front of Judge McKee trying to explain why he's around somebody that I know Judge McKee is not going to want him around. So, but I'm not going to do that right now. Other than that, Mr. Kennedy's in compliance, and I think he's doing what he's supposed to do. Mr. Starnes he's kind of in compliance, but not really doing what he needs to do. But I get that as well. So our next hearing is going to be July the 23rd, and that's going to be a permanence review before final. Need to see some progress from Ms. Stellar. And hopefully, Mr. Kennedy, you'll have your situation, at least a plan for it at that point. So,
Your Honor, if I may, I can enlighten the court just a bit on where we're at with the criminal proceeding. They've moved courts. We've transferred courts on Mr. Kennedy's case, and we're set again for.
Oops, you just kind of stopped there. Mr. Mayo. All right. Well, I'm kind of familiar with Judge McKee's, where he's at with his cases. Not particularly this one, but where he's doing, because he's doing all the criminal cases. So anyway, we'll be back in July 23rd, and we'll see where we're at that point. Yes, we're going to be adjourned today. So Mr. Kennedy and Ms. Stellar, you can go ahead and log off, and we'll see you back in July. Stay in touch with your caseworker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, that's all I have today. I appreciate you working
certainly
with
can
me
be
this morning.
excused.
Okay.
You certainly
Thank
can be
you.
excused, Ms. Mills. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Yep. I'll be excused as well, Your Honor.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I got everybody's audio up. This is going to be FAM 20-0129 CC1 in the interest of, I believe the only one we've got now is Heidi McGuire. But or do we have all the children?
It's all of them.
Right. The Baker McGuire children, it's permanence review after final. So everyone's going to be testifying today. I need to make sure you're off of mute and to raise your right hand. There you go. All right, and do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and Ms. Ridgel.
Okay, I call Presley Jock. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Presley Jock.
And you are the conservatorship worker on this case, correct?
Correct.
And has it transferred to adoptions?
It has.
Okay. And so why are you still on the case?
I'm still on the case just to alleviate some of the concerns that we've had lately, just working with the caregiver and the adoption worker to make sure that we have everything set in place so the caregiver can give the children their adequate care.
Who is the adoption worker?
Mary Burleson.
Okay. And so we're working towards adoption with Miss Evans, is that correct?
Correct.
And what are some of the concerns that have arisen since our last court hearing?
Since our last court hearing, I got a call in March from the case manager from the counseling in Missouri. She had concerns with how the caregiver was disciplining the children. Elizabeth has some pretty major behavioral problems at school sometimes, and she has been undressing herself at school when she's having a tantrum. Miss Evans was, kind of upset that she kept doing it at school. And so in order to discipline her, she made her sit naked in a corner.
Okay. And how did the department address that?
We first called Miss Evans. She admitted to doing that. She said that she was very overwhelmed and did not know what she could possibly do to reverse everything. An intake was called and everything too. The Missouri caseworker went out there. She didn't feel as if the kids were in immediate danger. But I did contact the counselor again, and Miss Evans just told her that, we're going to have to, maybe take away privileges for the kiddos and stuff if they're showing those type of behaviors, or at least addressing them with the counselor so she can help collaboratively think of a solution.
Okay. Have there been any other concerns since then?
Yes. I didn't get the call. Mary did from the worker out in Missouri. Miss Evans and the children got in a car wreck over a weekend in March. She fell asleep at the wheel. I believe it's because she just has to work so many long shifts and everything and does not have any support there in Missouri. She hit a stop sign. She didn't notify the department or anything. The ICPC worker had to call Mary to let her know. I did talk to her about it. She said, the kids are okay. The car was totaled. And I just informed her that within 24 hours, if there's any emergency, that it's her job to, contact us and everything. So that's been an issue as well.
Has Miss Bertelson been able to get in contact with Miss Evans?
She has, yes. I think Miss Evans was a little confused about who she still needed to contact. And I told her if she has any issues, she can still contact me, but Mary will be her main worker.
Okay. And so we're still working towards adoption with Miss Evans at this point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any services that you're aware of that we could provide to Miss Evans or the children that they're not already getting to try and help alleviate some of these behaviors or needs? Are the kids in counseling?
Yes. We've been having issues. Me and Miss Evans both have been having issues with the counseling agency that they are seeing, as far as them communicating anything with Miss Evans. And she's just kind of had it with them just because she feels like she's not getting the needed support. She's just getting judged. The kids got a recent psychological, and on there it recommended a mental health place that offers counseling in Joplin. It is an hour away from her home, but when I looked into it, it seemed like it would be more appropriate for the kids and their diagnosis.
And have you talked to Miss Evans about that?
Yes, she said she's trying to work out a plan as far as how she would get the kids there and not to take them out of school so much, or what exactly they offer. But I did talk to her about that, and she does have the contact information for that place.
And so do you know where we're at in the adoption process?
I'm not aware of where we're at yet. I know I submitted the adoption ICPC. I have not got an update on that. I know Ms. Burleson did reach out to them. I don't know if there's any updates from when I last contacted them.
Okay. And so Is there anything else that you feel the court needs to know today?
Not at this time.
So today you're asking the court to maintain the placement that they're currently in
Yes.
and to approve or to continue the department as a permanent managing conservator?
Yes.
Pass witness.
Ms. McKee?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any further witnesses, Ms. Ridgel?
Yes, I would call Mary Bertelson. Can you state your name for the record?
Well, she's got to be sworn in.
Yeah, I haven't been sworn in.
I'm sorry.
So, Ms. Burleson, if you would raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth self you got?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Ridgel.
Okay, can you state your name for the record?
Mary Bertelson.
And you're the adoption worker, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Jock, I'm not sure if you were in here, but she testified to the concerns with the timeout and the car accident. Is there anything else that you have concerns of today that you would like the court to know?
No, I was listening on YouTube because I hadn't been pulled in, but no, those were the concerns. I would just add that I've been working with the ICPC worker and we're putting a safety plan in place regarding those discipline concerns and having caregiver review the discipline policy again, just to kind of make sure that that's something she understands. I'm also sending her some resources on trust-based relational intervention, just like some parenting resources. So I did speak with her about that. I'm sorry. But other than that, no, we're working to address those concerns. And I don't think that's something that's occurring any longer.
And do you have any other updates on where we're at in the adoption process?
The only update I have is we did get the digs back, so I will be sending those to her to review as part of preparing the adoption. The ICPC was completed for the adoption. The worker said that there is a separate worker working with caregiver for the adoption home studies. That is in the works.
Okay. Anything else you want the court to know today?
Ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Ms. McKee?
Questions?
Any further witnesses, Ms. Ridgel?
Yes, CASA.
All right. And
I'm David Roberts, and I'm with CASA, and we agree with the department that we do recommend the permanent managing conservatorship still be with the department. As I visited with Ms. Evans and have looked at the situations, we agree that something needs to be changed about the counseling situation. But I think Ms. Jock has covered what we need, what we would also recommend for that. One of the things that we would like to suggest is to see if there's a resource for childcare, especially as the summer months approach and school is out. Because Ms. Evans does work at night, she may need some support with care for the children during the daytime. And kind of verifying all of this, the fact that the car wreck happened because she fell asleep. She's kind of needing some extra help to take care of the children because she works at night and the children are with her often in the daytime. And this is only going to increase when school's out.
Okay, I'll pass witness.
Ms. McKee?
No questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Ms. Ridgel?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. McKee, any witnesses or any recommendations?
No witnesses, Your Honor, and I would share the same concerns that the department had. It's not a situation where the children need to be removed, and usually we want to see adoptions happen as soon as possible, but in this particular case, I'm okay if there's a bit of a delay. I think we really need to help Ms. Evans and offer resources, but other than that, status quo.
And Ms. Bertelson, can I ask you a question, or Ms. Jock, either one? Has anybody looked at what Missouri can do? Because I know you guys can't offer assistance in Missouri, but has anybody looked at Missouri and see if there is any assistance you would qualify for?
I have not. I just got this case. I haven't had a chance to do that. I will speak with the ICPC worker and see if there's anything they can recommend or see if we can get some more assistance for her, for sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Well, the department is going to continue as the permanent managing conservator of the children. I will approve the placement with Ms. Evans and hopefully there are some assistance capabilities. I'm sure Missouri has programs, but I just don't know what they're necessarily going to be. And again, I agree with Ms. McKee. This is not a situation. I don't think those instances or would ever rise to removing the children out of the home. I think that's their best interest right now. But we do need to move forward as the case dictates, and see if we can't get some assistance, get it more stable. Our next hearing is going to be September the 24th, which is a permanence review after final. And so hopefully that'll be after the summer. Hopefully we get through the summer without any further instances and any issues that arise. All right.
Thank you.
Well, we are going to be adjourned. Ms. Evans, you can go ahead and go log off right now, and we'll see you back in September.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't see anybody else in here. This is going to be FAM 15-05563 in the interest of Jalen Lofters. We're set for a permits review after final. So let's get everyone who's going to be testifying today to please take yourself off of mute and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ridgel?
Yes, I'd call Patricia Salisbury. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Patricia Salisbury.
And Jalen is 18 now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when was his birthday?
I don't remember.
Okay.
December 21st.
Yeah, I know it's in December, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay.
I don't want to just throw out a date.
And is he wanting to stay in foster care?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And so he signed an extended foster care agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, he did with the previous caseworker.
Okay. And is he kind of on the fence about it at this point? He's contemplating if he wants to leave?
He was. I think that at that time he was just going through something. But now he's wanting to stay in care because he wants to continue, with the benefits of being in care versus not being in care.
Okay. And where is he currently placed?
He's currently placed in Smith County.
In what kind of a facility?
He's at Azaway.
How's he doing in that placement?
He's doing good. Like I said, he went through a period where he was being defined a little bit, but got past that, and now he's doing real good. Other than that, he was doing good anyways.
At this time, are there any additional services that you think that he needs that the department isn't providing currently?
No, not at this time.
Is there anything else you feel the court needs to know today?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Tinsley?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Salisbury, is he still in school or?
Yes, he's still in school. Yes, this is his last year.
Okay, and do we have plans after that, or?
He wants to go to college. He's unsure about what he wants to do, where he wants to go at this time.
Okay, very, very few 18-year-old young men are sure about what they want to do.
Exactly.
All right. Any further witnesses, Ms. Richard?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Tinsley, any witnesses or recommendations?
A recommendation, Your Honor. I concur with the department. He's doing well. I talked to Azaway. I finally got through to him this morning. He's doing good. He's not really defiant, but he's sort of 18 and knows he's 18. And so there's a little bit of, you can't make me, but not a ton. They're a bigger concern to me. Sorry, there's a police car going by. Is that he's 18 now, but he's not going to graduate until next year. And so there's going to be a point where he's still in school at 19, and they're a little worried that that's going to freak him out. But there's nothing really we can do about it other than just try to help him and convince him to stay where he's at and stay in school.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Bridget, were you going to say something else?
I just have in this order, there is the order for the trial independence period, but I'm going to take that out since he's not.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there won't be a trial independence at this point. It's a services review order. And so I will approve the services in the department of offering those services as well as the placement in Hazel Way. And we will have a services review hearing on September the 24th of 2021. All right. And we are going to be adjourned.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All righty. Okay, this is going to be FAM 19-03263 in the interest of Brian Beecraft. And I do have Ms. Simpson here today, so I do have to give you the statutory warning, and that is that your parental rights and duties are subject to restriction or termination if you are unwilling or unable to provide your child or children with a safe environment. Now, we were set today for a permanency/final, but I'm assuming that's going to be a permanency hearing. So let's go ahead and get everyone who's going to be testifying today to make sure you're off of mute and to raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Ridgel, am I correct that this is a permanency hearing?
Yes, we had a settlement conference. Parents didn't show up to that. It was my understanding that we didn't have contact with parents, but Ms. Simpson is here today, so.
Okay, well, you may call your first witness.
Okay. I call Teresa Pillmeyer. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Teresa Pillmeyer.
And when did you become the conservatorship worker on this case?
In November of 20.
Okay. And where's Brian currently placed?
He's in a foster home.
And how long has he been there?
He's been there since he's 9 weeks old. In May of 2019 is when he was placed there.
And how's he doing in that home?
He's doing very well. He just recently had his second birthday. He went for his medical and dental, and everything is fine. He's doing well. He's developmentally on target. He just follows his brother everywhere. He's doing really well in the home.
Does he have any special needs or medical needs?
No, he does not.
Okay. And what is the permanency goal for him?
It's unrelated adoption.
And at this time, well, since you've been on the case, what contact have you had with mom and dad?
I have had no contact with Mr. Beecraft, and I've had a couple of tech contact with Ms. Simpson.
And what services is Ms. Simpson currently participating in?
None.
What does she have left to complete?
She was to be participating in individual counseling. She since October 2020. The last drug test that we had from her is 8/26/2020. And I need to get some verification on her parenting. She's actually completed
I'm having
parenting.
trouble understanding
Yeah,
you.
Ms. Pelmar, I think you need to speak up and speak directly at the microphone.
Yes, sir. She needs to continue with her individual counseling. She stopped going in October of 2020. She also needs to participate in random drug testing. Our last drug testing was in August of 2020. And I need to get some verification on her employment, where she's living, and also if she participated in the parenting classes. Also, she's not participated in visits for 24.
Okay, I'm not making that out at all.
She has not participated in her visits with Brian for 20.
When was the last visit that she has attended?
Was in October of 2020.
Okay. Are you asking the court today to find her not compliant with her service plan?
Yes, I am.
Have you asked her if she knows where Rocky is?
I have asked her, and she's told me that she doesn't know where he's at or doesn't have contact. On one occasion, she said that she would let him know that I was trying to reach out to him. So those have been her responses to me.
And have you found pictures of him on her Facebook as recently as March of this year?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what services does he have left to complete?
His individual counseling with Larry Wilburn. The last time he attended that was August of 2020. His last drug test from him was June of 2020. And then the housing, employment, transportation, just the general rules. Again, the same with the parent-child visits with Brian. He has had none for over 24 weeks also.
Okay. Are you asking the court to find him not compliant today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you asking the court to maintain him in his current placement and continue the department as a temporary managing conservator?
Yes.
You believe that that's what's in Brian's best interest at this time?
Yes, I do.
I'll pass the witness.
And Mr. Smith?
First of all, it's not really her responsibility, Denise Simpson's responsibility to make sure Rocky stays in contact with you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Also, we sent some things to you yesterday. Did you receive those in regards to employment confirmation and some other information?
No, I did not.
Check your email.
I continuously check my email. I have not seen anything. I've checked my email before court this morning as well.
Fair enough. Could I send this to you by mail since we have a confirmation that it was sent out yesterday by email?
Yes, yes.
Do you have an address, or could you give me an address after court? I've been trying to call, but I have an issue getting you on the phone. So maybe if you know I'm going to call, maybe you can give me the address to send it.
Yes, that would be fine. I've received no phone calls from you either.
Well, I sent this to you email yesterday, I just stated.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
All right, and Mr. Dunn?
It's Ms. Dunn today, and I don't have any questions.
All right. And Mr. Tinsley?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
And finally, Ms. Bredsky.
No questions, Your Honor.
And Ms. Ridgel, any further witnesses?
I would call CASA. Can you say? Back on mute.
Ms. Johnson, it clicked back on mute.
Costs. Okay.
There we
Can
go.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Okay.
I would like to call Miss Simpson if we want to do that while we wait for CASA to get back on.
Well, I'd rather do it. They need to hear everything too.
Okay.
All right. All right, if I could, yeah, there we go. Go ahead, Ms. Ridgel.
Can you state your name for the record?
Rebecca Stahl, CASA.
What's CASA's recommendation today?
We are in agreement with the department for status quo.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
And Mr. Smith?
No questions of this witness.
Ms. Dunn?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Tinsley?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Ms. Bredsky?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Ridgel, next witness.
I'm not going to call Miss Simpson. Nothing further.
Mr. Smith, any witnesses? You were on mute.
Sorry about that, Judge. I called Denise Simpson.
All right.
Now, Ms. Simpson, can you, is your full name Denise Simpson?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed?
I'm at I am employed with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice at the Cofield unit.
Okay. And you got a certificate as a corrections officer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you own a car?
Yes, sir.
It looks like you bought that car in February, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where do you live?
I live at 120 Private Road, 8923, Ben Wheeler, Texas.
And is that your permanent address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understood that after mediation, that there was a jury demand on file, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand also that you relied on that jury demand?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, you understand that through me as your counsel filed a separate jury demand.
Yes, sir.
Do you still want a jury trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Because we've not been able to settle this case in any other way, right?
Right.
Okay, pass the witness.
Ms. Ridgel?
Yes, Ms. Simpson, why have you not visited your son since
I have had
October?
Miss Teresa, how do you say her last name? Paramere has not had any contact with me until March of this past year. I was not aware of who my caseworker was until she texted me in March. I can call the department all day long and I cannot get a hold of Lauren Young or Miss Teresa. The department said that they did not have my address, which is incorrect. They have my address. I got notification of this hearing today, 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so you haven't seen your son because it's the department's fault?
I'm not saying it's the department's fault, but if I call to
I'm
schedule
gonna
my
object to that,
appointment and no
Judge.
one
That's
answers,
not the statement that she made, mischaracterization of the evidence.
It was a
Let's just move it
question.
along. Let's just move it along, Ms. Ridgel. I heard her answer.
Nothing further.
And Ms. Dunn?
Ms. Simpson, do you have any idea where Rocky is?
I know he's in the Tyler area. Last I knew, he was living on Valentine Street.
Okay. Do you have any other contact information for him, a possible phone number or anything?
I don't have a phone number. The only way I know how to contact him is Facebook.
Okay. Could you do me a favor and screenshot whatever his Facebook page looks like, give that to Mr. Smith so he can get it to me and maybe I can get in contact with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
And Mr. Tinsley?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Bretsky?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Smith, any further witnesses?
I have a follow-up from Ms. Simpson.
Okay.
Ms. Simpson, did you have a current visitation schedule prior to March?
No.
Did Ms. Pellmeyer, your caseworker, give you any options for visitation or seek to contact you in regards to setting up a visit?
No, sir.
Did you ask her about visits?
I have messaged her recently and I haven't received anything back from her.
Okay. You're interested in visiting with Brian?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any further questions or questions of Ms. Simpson?
No, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses, Mr. Smith?
No further witnesses, Judge.
All right. And Ms. Dunn, any witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Mr. Tinsley, any witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
Ms. Bretsky, any witnesses or any recommendations?
No witnesses, Your Honor. My recommendation is we keep this child where he is. Brian's doing really well. He's still going to the same daycare. He's talking louder, running faster, doing everything that he's supposed to be doing for a little boy his age. He recently had good checkups at the doctor and the dentist, so he's in good shape.
All right. Okay, now attorneys. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Smith, because you made a point of you definitely want a jury trial. You also objected to me. I need to know how many times you have contacted Judge Calhoun's office to set this for jury trial since January, when I specifically ordered the attorneys to contact Judge Calhoun's office.
I've been working with Ms. Ridgel in regards to that, and there was
I didn't ask about Ms. Ridgel.
I did
asked
not
about
contact Judge Calhoun, Judge.
Okay, because I made a specific order that you and Ms. Dunn were to contact Judge Calhoun to set this for a jury trial. You're a month away from a dismissal date. So, Ms. Dunn, did you contact Judge Calhoun's office?
Your Honor, I did not. I haven't had any contact with my client in multiple months, and my understanding was that we were going to have a hearing for a motion to strike the jury.
Well, that was filed like a day and a half ago. And that is something that, like I say, that was not going to happen in January when I ordered you guys to start working on this with Judge Calhoun. Mr. Tinsley, I assume you haven't contacted Judge Calhoun.
No, Your Honor. That's one of the reasons we filed the motion to strike. Something.
Yeah. Ms. Ridgel, did you contact Judge Calhoun's office?
I did not. I was trying to get information for if we were still going to be having a jury.
Okay. I will tell you that Ms. Creech did contact Judge Calhoun's office, and they did inform me that not a single one of you has worked on this. Ms. Bretsky, I'm not going to, force her to do it as ad litem.
I was waiting for you to ask me because my answer is going to be the same. I have not done that.
Because it's pretty clear to me that there's been nothing done on this. And any ideas how you're going to get a jury trial before May 10th? I mean, I'm waiting. Anybody?
I don't know. I mean, I guess my plan was to see how you ruled on the motion today and get with the court after today. I didn't know, I know on the docket you said you needed a COVID extension, so I didn't know if that was for the May 10th or the new September date.
You're talking about what you found out in the last week? I'm talking about because the docket wasn't out with that on it until about a week ago. The motion wasn't filed until about a day and a half ago or so. So
Well, just based on the conversations that I had with Mr. Smith and he didn't have contact with his client. So my assumption we were going to show up parent, because nobody had contact with parents. And so I didn't think we were going to be going forward with the jury trial.
Okay. Well, let me make a suggestion to attorneys. You don't make assumptions about whether or not you can get a case done. Now, I'm probably going to do a COVID extension. It gets you about 2 months, 3 extra months. You're going to be hard pressed to get a jury trial in that time frame because nobody's worked on it. And I know why Mr. Smith and Ms. Dunn didn't do it, because they didn't want to go tell Judge Calhoun that he was going to waste the jury panel with
That's
parents
correct,
that weren't
Judge.
there. Now I've got a parent here, so there's a reason to do it. You can tell I'm not real happy because when I order attorneys to do stuff, timing wise, this is a CPS case. There are timelines that you work on. If I didn't have a new order from the Supreme Court from March the 5th, you'd be done. Okay. Now, the department's going to continue as temporary managed conservator of Brian. I am going to grant the extension, which I'm required to do, which will make the new dismissal date September 1st. And that's his absolute longest possible time this can take. If it's not done on September 1st, this case is dismissed jurisdictionally. Now, by next Friday, every single attorney on this screen is going to contact Judge Calhoun's office. And you're going to have a jury trial setting in this case by next Friday. Mr. Tinsley, if you want Judge Calhoun to hear your motion on striking the jury, I mean, quite honestly, I will tell you, I don't think that it's, going to happen.
No, I understand that, Your Honor. And we filed it thinking that it probably would have to be in front of Calhoun, since the respondent mother and father had objected to this court hearing the trial. But that motion came after an attempted settlement conference where the parents didn't appear. Right. So I just wanted to get that on file.
Right. But I am going to approve placement and find that that's been in best interest. The visitation schedule, which has not changed since September, will remain in place, which is 1 hour a week at the department. And I don't find it very convincing that Ms. Simpson is blaming the department for not being able to do visitation when she also hadn't been contacting her attorney to try to get it either. And she also missed the last hearing in January. So that's not really convincing excuses for missing visitation. All right. So we're going to be adjourned today. I'm not going to set a new hearing date. It needs to go in front of Judge Calhoun. And so that will be where it will go. And I will get it back should there be a termination or PMC in the case. I'll get it back after the final. All right, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we are going to be adjourned. Ms. Simpson, you can go ahead and log off.
All right, thank you.
Excuse, Your Honor, that's all I have today.
Thank you, Your
Yes,
Honor.
ma'am. Are you feeling better today?
No, I am not. We still haven't found my dog. So that's what's really been the problem.
Okay, well, I understand, and, you know, I feel for you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go out and put
Good
more
luck on
flyers
that.
out. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, that's my business as well. May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, may I be excused as well? That's all I have in front of this court.
I guess I will excuse you, Ms. Bretsky.
Thank you.
And Mr. Harrington, I'll tell you that Ms. Lafferty's audio did not pull up and didn't even try to pull up, really.
Your Honor, I'll text her and tell her to try to correct that.
All right, thank you. Right, and just waiting on Mr. Lafferty's. Okay, and I have Mr. Lafferty on here. This is going to be FAM 20-06173 in the interest of Avery Lockaby and Raven Lafferty. And so I do have parents here, so I do have to give you the statutory warning. And that is your parental rights and duties are subject to restriction or termination if you are unwilling or unable to provide your child or children with a safe environment. We are set today for an initial permanency hearing, so let's get everybody sworn in. So if you're going to testify today, I need you off of mute and to raise your right hand. So Mr. Lockaby, if I can get you to take yourself off of mute and raise your right hand. Ms. Tunstall. There you go. All right, and do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, and so Ms. Ridgel, you may proceed.
I call Lisa Tunstall. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Lisa Tunstall?
And you're the conservatorship worker, correct?
Yes, I am.
And where are the kids currently placed?
Ava is placed with her paternal aunt, Jessica McIntyre, and Raven is placed with her father, Gary Lothery.
And how are they each doing in their respective places?
They're doing great.
Do you have any, either of them have any special needs or medical needs?
No, not at this time.
And any concerns at this time in those placements?
No, not at all.
Okay. And so I want to talk about Mr. Lawfrey first. How's he doing on his service plan?
Mr. Lothery is doing great. All of his drug testing services tests are negative.
Is there anything more he could be doing at this time?
Not at this time, no. He's cooperating fully.
Are you asking the court to find him compliant with his service plan at this time?
Yes, I am.
And then what about Mr. Lockaby?
Mr. Lockaby is on tier 1 still. He has done his psychological. It was done on December 13th. The recommendations for him was that he successfully complete a substance abuse treatment program, including all support and maintenance, and remain sober for 1 year, complete parenting classes, counseling, consult a physician about appropriate use of medication, maintain employment to support himself and his child, establish a safe and drug-free sanitary and permanent home, resolve all outstanding legal issues and not be involved in any illegal activities. Those were the things on his psychological. He said he recently completed his Andrews Center assessment. I'm waiting on those notes. He does have a job, but I have not been provided any proof of employment. He completed.
Go ahead.
He completed his drug assessment, but he has not been compliant in making his sessions or contacting his counselor recently. His counselor is recommending inpatient treatment, but that has not been initiated yet. He has new criminal offenses. He was arrested on March 30th for theft. His recent drug tests are positive.
What are they positive for?
Methamphetamines and amphetamines.
Is that hair and UA?
Correct. Starting in, they were negative. January 2021, UA was negative, and also December. But then in February, his UA and hair are positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines. And then his March drug test, he did not show up. So that was considered positive.
And what about visitation?
Visitation is appropriate. He does come to his visitation. He brings appropriate food and things to do. He interacts well with Ava.
So are you asking the court to find that he's non-compliant with his service plan today?
Yes, I
am. And what about Miss Lothery?
Miss Lothery is still on tier 1. She has attended 2 parent collaboration groups. She completed a psychological on January 4th. The recommendations were to, just a second. Satisfactory, complete a substance abuse rehab program and comply with all follow-up and support regimens. Abstain from illicit substances and remain sober for a period of 1 year. Complete counseling, complete parenting classes, establish and maintain financial support and employment, establish and maintain a sanitary, safe, drug-free, and stable home, co-parent counseling, resolve all outstanding legal issues and not be involved in any illegal activities. Those were the things on her psychological. She completed her Andrews Center assessment in March, and I'm waiting on those notes from the Andrews Center. She said she is doing a 12-step program and has a sponsor, but I have not been given any sign-in sheets. She's not compliant or honest about the different people living in her home. Concerns about the safety and stability of the home.
Who is living in her home?
From the time of removal, on the removal affidavits and notes, there was a Dawson Barnes. And as of December 7th, he was still in her home.
And why do you say that?
I'm sorry.
Why do you say that?
Well, I saw him going into the home. He lived in the home previously. He was seen in the home. And then he was in the parking lot on December 7th while Miss Lothery had a visit with her children. And she told me that he had left and he was no longer living there and he was in Austin. But yet he was in the parking lot, and 2 caseworkers went out and talked to him.
And what about her drug testing?
Her drug testing it was positive December for amphetamines, methamphetamines. In January, on January 5th, which was also the same day as her visit with her children, she tested positive for amphetamines and methamphetamines. Her February UA was negative. Her February hair strand was positive for amphetamines, methamphetamines. Her March UA was negative.
And was she recommended to go to inpatient?
Yes, she was. She was actually recommended in February by her counselor for inpatient. And then she did complete her EDCATA and they recommended her on March 30th, but it has not been initiated yet.
Okay. What about her visitation?
Her visitation is appropriate and it goes well.
And so are you asking the court to find her non-compliant with her services today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What's the permanency goal for the kids?
The permanency goal is family reunification with an emphasis on Gary Lothery and that Raven stay with her father. And then a concurrent goal of alternate family fictive kin adoption with the emphasis that Ava stay with her aunt, Jessica McIntyre.
Okay. Are you wanting the judge to put an order in place regarding mother's hair?
Yes, I would like to ask the judge if he could order Miss Lothery not to dye or bleach her hair going forward.
And what's the reason for that?
She does dye and bleach her hair and she didn't seem too happy about it when I talked to her about it previously. So I wanted her to understand the gravity of it.
Okay. Is there anything else that you feel the court needs to know today?
No, I do not.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Harrington.
Ms. Tunstall, as to the inpatient treatment plan for Sarah, what needs to be done to initiate that or at this time?
She needs to call and check availability.
And what is that? What is that facility?
It's a Centacor treatment facility in Tyler.
Okay. Are you aware, are there any available spots at this time at Centacor?
I'm not. She was told just to keep checking back daily.
Okay. Okay. Has the department looked at any possible options or scenarios where both the children could be placed in the same place?
At this time, no. We're very happy and feel that the kids are thriving in the placements that they're at. And those 2 caregivers make the initiative and make sure that the girls get to see each other.
I'll pass witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hunt.
Ms. Tunstall, you mentioned that there was a positive hair follicle. I think it was in February. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. was there a hair follicle done prior to February?
Yes, sir, there was in October. It was negative.
Okay. You mentioned that Mr. Lockery, well, and let me ask you this. Part of Mr. Lockery's service plan is to maintain employment. Is that correct?
Are you talking about Mr. Lockaby?
I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Lockaby. Yes.
Yes. He
Okay.
is too.
Okay. And are you aware that he is working?
He told me he's working, but I haven't seen any proof of it.
Okay. And if he works for a place that just pays him cash on the day, what would you need to get proof of his employment?
I would need to ask my supervisor specifically what we would need.
Okay. And you mentioned that he had missed a drug test. What day was that?
That was on, I believe it was March. It was a Friday, March 17th. I need to look at it and see.
That's okay. That's okay. But you think it was a Friday?
Yes, I believe it was maybe the 19th of March because he had a visit that day as well.
Okay. And how did you notify Mr. Lockaby to take that drug test?
I believe I told him personally after his visit.
Okay. And has there been a time when you texted Mr. Lockaby to go take a drug test and he didn't do it?
No, he's always gone whenever I've told him in person or by text.
Okay. Did Mr. Lockaby tell you anything about an issue with going to take a drug test after this visit? Some reason he couldn't do it?
In March, he told me later when we talked, he told me that he thought he went and he was going to check on it. And then when we met again, he did tell me that he did not go.
Okay, but he never gave you, he never told you why he didn't go. What you're saying?
No, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that Mr. Lockaby Lockaby was arrested. So we've got two very similar names here. I apologize. Mr. Lockaby was arrested for an offense, but would you agree that he has not, an information or an indictment has not been filed? Would you agree with that?
I don't know the criminal proceedings. I just know that he was arrested on that day.
Okay. He was arrested. Would you agree that as he sits here today, he is innocent of that charge?
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
And Mr. Smith?
You may have said, but I'm not sure I heard, has the mother in this case been making all of her visits with the children?
Yes, sir.
And are those visits appropriate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Rizzo, any further witnesses?
Yes, I'd call CASA.
All right, go ahead.
Can you state your name for the record?
Kathy Moreland.
What's CASA's recommendation today?
Our recommendation is that the children stay in the placement where they are. They're very happy there. I've observed visits with the parents, and the parents are appropriate during visits. But the needs of the children are being met where they are, and that is where I think they should stay, and the department should continue to temporary manage in conservatorship.
Pass the witness.
And Mr. Harrington?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunt?
No questions.
And Mr. Smith?
No questions.
And any further witnesses, Ms. Ridgel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Harrington, any witnesses?
I call the mother, Sarah Loffery.
All right.
Sarah, will you state your name, please?
My name's Sarah Lothry.
Okay. And can you tell the court what the status is and what you've been doing to try to get into the inpatient treatment with Centacor?
Okay, so I did call and do my COD assessment, and I was told to contact Centacor on a day-to-day basis to see about a bed and an opening, and I've been doing that. And I had asked them if there was anything that I could get, like proof to be able to show that, and they said no, not until I actually got an appointment for a bed. So I have been doing that.
And are you going to continue that until you are successful at getting into that program?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness check. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ridgel?
No questions.
Mr. Hunt?
No questions.
Mr. Smith?
No questions.
All right, Mr. Harrington, any further witnesses?
No, sir.
Mr. Hunt, any witnesses?
I'll call Jerry Lockaby.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Lockaby, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. You mentioned to me when we talked yesterday about a time when Ms. Tunstall had texted you during the day when you were at work to go take a drug test. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you currently working?
Yes, I am.
And what do you do?
I do construction.
Okay. On the day in question, when you're talking about that she texted you, were you working that day?
Yes, I was. It was on a Tuesday.
Okay. And when you go to work, do you deal with like carrying around heavy loads, moving things around, and I guess hammering and nailing and that kind of construction?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What do you do with your cell phone while you're at work?
I leave it in the truck
Why?
so I don't break it.
Okay. Are you concerned about the nature of your job being potentially dangerous to the good well-being of your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. So on this day, did you get this text message from Miss Tunstall?
On a Tuesday?
The one that you said you got on your cell phone I think on a Tuesday is what you said. Yes.
Yeah, it was on a Tuesday.
What time of day did you get that message?
I got it right before I got off work.
And approximately what time of day would that be?
About 4:30.
Okay. On the message, did it say what time Miss Tunstall had sent the message?
About 12.
Okay. And so at 4:30, when you retrieved your cell phone and looked at the message, did you have time to go and do a drug test today before the drug testing place?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Ms. Tunstall mentioned you were asked after a visit to go do a drug test. Is there some reason you did not go do that drug test?
No.
Well, you were visiting on a Friday, is that right?
Yes.
And what time of day is your visit?
Usually from 9:30 to 10:30.
Okay, so it's in the morning?
Yes, sir.
You typically leave the visit and go to work?
Yes.
Okay. Were you concerned about getting back to work so that you could keep your employment
Yes,
when
sir.
you left that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you and I talked about that yesterday, and I said, and I advised you that, hey, if they ask you to go do a drug test at the end of your visit, you need to go ahead and go do it right away. Didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And you had a little hiccup in February with the drug test positive. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you completed a drug assessment of some type? Like an ETCATA evaluation or something like that?
Yes, I'm waiting on them.
Okay, have you actually talked to them already or not?
But not talk. No, I did a psychological evaluation, not a COTA.
Okay. So you haven't done any, have you done a drug evaluation with somebody else, maybe Stephanie Teal or somebody like that?
Yeah, I've been seeing Stephanie Teal.
Okay. Has Ms. Teal made any recommendations to you concerning drug use?
Yeah, inpatient rehab.
Okay. Is that something you're willing to do?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you know that could be anywhere from 28 days to who knows, 6 months. I don't know how long it could last. You understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so you understand that it's important that you remain drug-free for your child's sake. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you willing to communicate with Ms. Tunstall whenever you're going to work and let her know, hey, I'm going to be at work all day today, so that hopefully she won't send you a text message in the middle of the day to go do a drug test that you may not get because you left your phone in your truck to protect your phone?
Yes, I will.
Okay. And I actually advised you that, and your job is dependent on the weather. Would you agree?
Yes.
Like if it's raining, you don't go out and work. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So every day, if you're getting ready to go to work that day, will you text Miss Tunstall and let her know that, hey, I'm planning on going to work here in 10 minutes and, I plan on working till 6 p.m. tonight, so that she'll know that you're working that day.
Yes, I will.
Okay. And now, you understand you're kind of behind the ball on your service plan right now, right?
Yes.
Are you willing to step it up and do whatever it takes so that you can be the best dad to your baby?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you understand it all falls on you now, right?
Yes.
You're going to have to step up and do all these services and get them done as quickly as possible because we're 6 months or so into your case. You understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Rizzo,
No questions.
Mr. Harrington,
Questions?
Mr. Smith,
No questions.
any further witnesses, Mr. Hunt?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lawfrey, if you could take yourself off of mute for me. And I haven't been ignoring you. I know you're here and you have Raven in your home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Anything that you think I need to know about that or anything you want to tell me today?
No, sir. I mean, she seems to be very happy. She likes going to get visitation with her mom and seeing her. She's thriving. She's really opening up. I haven't seen her so happy, in a long time. So I mean, she's good. And like I said, me and Jessica try to correspond with each other to make sure the girls get plenty of visitation outside of CPS's office. I put Raven in daycare with Ava so she can see her of a morning and of an evening. I take Raven to daycare at 6 o'clock in the morning. That way she gets plenty of time in the morning with her sister. I think everything's good where it's at, and I just, wish things continue to get better for everybody.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, any witnesses or recommendations?
I just had a quick question for Mr. Lowry.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lowry, I understood that you moved. Is that right?
Yes, I'm living in Maybank with my brother and my sister-in-law right now.
Okay. And is that a permanent kind of placement for you guys? Do you have enough room?
Oh, yes, sir. Me and my 15-year-old son, we share a room, and then my Raven and my niece share a room. It's a four-bedroom house, 2 baths, big backyard, big front yard. But no, it's not a permanent placement. I'm in the process of trying to find our own place. It's just kind of hard to do that right now. Everything that's going on. I'm looking and trying to find something that's in the area of you know, everything's accommodating to everybody as far as the schools, the daycares, the CPS office. And it's something that, you know, it's accommodating for us.
Yes, sir. But it's not it's an indefinite, you can stay there as long as you need to, right? They're not telling you you have to leave.
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. Yeah, we can stay there as long as we need to until we find a suitable place.
Okay. Thank you. Pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Ridgel, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harrington?
No, sir.
Mr. Hunt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Smith? Any recommendations?
I would make a recommendation. I've been able to visit with both children, and I think both are thriving in their current placement. I also think that Mr. Lowry and Ms. McIntyre are taking the initiative to make sure that the children have extensive contact as much as they possibly can. And I also was able to observe a visit with the mother and both children, and it was appropriate. I'm concerned about the timeline, obviously, if there's still substance abuse issues in regards to when the case is going to conclude, if we're looking at inpatient treatment for at least two of the parents. But I think that I'm asking the court to maintain the department as the managing conservator of the children, keep them in their current placement, which I think is really helping them.
All right, thank you. Well, the department is going to continue as a temporary managed conservator of both Ava and Raven, and I will approve the placements. It sounds like they're the most appropriate place and certainly in the best interest of the children at this time. And I'm glad that there's sibling contact there. I will also approve the visitation schedule. Now I'm going to let both Ms. Lawfrey and Mr. Lockaby know you guys need to step it up. I mean, it's just that at this point in the game, we're halfway through a CPS case, and you're not even really. I mean, you've started making progress, but you're not really taking steps. You know, and so we really need that to take place. The first step is going to be these inpatient programs, and I know it takes time to get in them, but that's just something that you have to start working on. And keep working on getting them there. But in the meantime, you got to stop using any kind of substances, any intoxicating substance whatsoever. That includes alcohol, marijuana. It really doesn't matter. Okay, so that's something that needs to take place. Now, we're not going to come back until July the 23rd. That will be our next hearing. That's going to put us about 9 months into a case, and it's only about 60 days until your final hearing at that point. So you really need to have made some significant progress by the time we come back, or you're going to be way behind the 8 ball. And I'm going to go back to that warning that I gave at the very beginning. Your parental rights are subject to this. Mr. Lockaby, I am going to take a step further than Mr. Hunt. I suggest you check your phone at least every hour and a half, 2 hours to make sure there's not a text. And, you know, you're going to have to get, you know, some way of making this happen. You're in the middle of a CPS case. You don't have a normal life anymore. Okay. So you have to make these things happen for both of you. And I need you to do that. All right. So we'll be back on July. Yeah, Mr. Hunt, did you?
Yes, I'm sorry. My internet's still shaky here. Your Honor, I would just ask Ms. Tunstall. I did have a conversation with Mr. Lockaby concerning making the drug tests. I would just ask Ms. Tunstall to try to work with him to impact his job as little as possible, and at least until he goes to an inpatient drug treatment. I understand, but if she could, whatever she can do to try to minimize the impact on his employment.
They generally do, but again, this is a CPS case.
Right.
So, all right, and I will say, working day jobs is not a stable income either. So, if it was a steady job, it would be a little different. All right.
Well, and I think it is, Your Honor. I think it is it's just that, it's construction, so it's relying on the weather.
Well, you also mentioned that he was paid in cash daily. That's not a typical.
Well, and yes, I believe that is the correct.
Okay. All right. So we're going to be back July 23rd, and we will see where everybody's at. Thank you.
Your Honor, are you gonna order the mom not dye, like bleach her hair?
That's in the standard. That should be in the service plan. Should already be ordered.
Okay.
All right. And we are
Thanks,
adjourned.
Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor, on Bowman, the caseworker is Katie Richburg. I just noticed the docket still says Olivia.
All right. And I'm supposed to have a child here.
Just the name might be Camille Coffey, Your Honor. That's her counselor at her placement. And Your Honor,
I don't have a Camille or. I don't have anybody that would even be. I have a Nicole, but I don't know who that would be, and a.
Manager, Judge.
What's that?
Nicole might be her case manager.
Well, let's give it a shot. Would that be Miss Bowman? Or yes, no, maybe?
Jessica, if that's you on the phone, say something.
Oh, hi.
There we go.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
All right,
Miss Bowman had asked if she could talk to you in private. I haven't filed anything, but she asked me a few days ago if she could talk to you before we have our hearing.
And we're gonna put us in a breakout room.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Bowman, in just a moment, you're going to get a little pop-up that'll talk about going to a breakout room, and that will be for you and I to go talk, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hunt, did you want to go with us, or?
I think she wants to talk to you in private, Judge. I don't necessarily need to be there.
All right. So, Ms. Bowman, you should have got something that popped up there to go into a breakout room. All right, we are back. So let me go ahead and call this case. And this is 2006 B 551 in the interest of Jessica Bowman. And we are set today for a permits review after final. And I did meet with Jessica in a breakout room. I had a good conversation. She's a real pleasant young lady. I really do. You know, she's got a plan, and I think that she's definitely got things going in the right direction. So let's get everybody that's going to testify today to make sure you're off of mute and to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
I do.
All right, thank you. All right, and Ms. Ridgwell, you may call your first witness.
Call Katie Richburg. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Katie Richburg.
Where is Jessica currently placed?
She is currently placed in New Life Children's Treatment Center in Canyon Lake, Texas.
What's her level of care?
It is currently specialized.
Okay, and how's she doing in that placement?
Since I've gotten the case, I've seen her behaviors improve quite a bit, and also her grades in school are improving. She's working really hard in school to get her grades up, and she's passing all of her classes from the last progress report that I've seen.
And what's the permanency goal for Jessica?
Family reunification, I believe. We don't have a family plan in place.
And so that's with Miss Whiteman?
Yes.
Okay. And what is preventing Jessica from going home currently?
Well, when I talked to Jessica, she says that her mom, Miss Whiteman, says that she can come home at any time. And Miss Whiteman has told me, why don't we just try Jessica out for the summer? So we are concerned about the permanency of that. Just what if it doesn't work out, basically.
Okay. Is she, does she do visits right now back home?
She did have a visit early March, and Miss Whiteman is allowed to visit her anytime she would like. And Miss Whiteman has told me that she would not be driving to meet them halfway or going to the placement due to how far the placement is away. But Jessica is welcome anytime if somebody can get her and bring her to her house.
How did the last visit go?
From what I've been told, it went well, except for when Jessica learned that she was not going to get her phone. She did want to leave, but she ended up staying for the week, and it went well.
Why wasn't she able to have her phone?
Just due to concerns about a boy that she was asking to be on her phone list, and just not being sure about that situation.
So what are the concerns that, or does the department have any concerns if Jessica were to go home for the summer?
Our concern would be that if things don't work out and we have to find a new placement for her very quickly, and also we're just concerned about that, the stability of it, and if somebody's going to be able to be around Jessica during the day, just in case something happens, because Jessica does not have her driver's license. She could not drive to town for help or anything like such as that.
And Miss Whiteman works, correct?
Yes.
And she stated she wouldn't hire anybody or pay for Jessica to be watched by anyone during the day. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So are there any services that we're asking Ms. Whiteman to complete currently, or are there any services that we feel would be beneficial to her?
There are not any services that are in place currently. If it's in the best interest, we could develop a family plan and put that in place.
Okay. Is there anything else you feel the court needs to know today?
Not at this time.
So today, are you asking the court to maintain Jessica in her current placement and continue the department as a conservator?
Yes, until her level of care is decreased.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Hunt?
Yes, ma'am. Jessica's birthday is February 4th. Is that correct?
I know it's in, yes, February 4th.
Okay, so she just turned 17 years old. If my very bad math is correct. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay. Is there some plan in place for her to get a driver's license? Or to take the
Not that,
courses necessary, I guess?
not that I'm aware of at this time. I'm not sure if her current placement works on things such as that.
Is
But
that
we can
something you,
check.
I'm gonna say, is that something you could look into?
Yeah, I will check with her case manager at the placement.
Okay. And is it a particular boy that they're not wanting her to talk to, or they're not wanting her to talk to boys at all? Or what is the situation with the phone?
The situation with the phone is that Miss Whiteman was and the department were concerned about who this male was, due to we just were unsure about him and we didn't have much information on this male friend of Jessica's.
Okay. Well, and I mean, you understand that if she was a typical child living at home with her parents and going to public school, she'd be interacting with boys at school all day. Would you agree?
Correct. And our issue
Okay.
is not her interacting with boys. We just are unsure of this particular male's age, and we were not able to verify his age.
Okay. So it's okay. I understand now. Would the department explore ways or be willing to explore ways to get her a phone that blocks contact with this boy somehow? If that's even an option?
I would have to look into that because I cannot give you an accurate answer because I'm unsure.
Well, and that's all I'm asking is would the department be willing to look into if that's even an option?
I could see if that would be an option.
Okay. And without getting too detailed, Miss Whiteman is not Jessica's biological mother. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But Miss Whiteman, Jessica's lived with Miss Whiteman almost all of her life. She grew up with Miss Whiteman. Would you agree?
From what I understand, yes, Miss Whiteman has been the primary mother to Jessica.
Okay. So Miss Whiteman is not willing to, and now you said Jessica's placed in Canyon Lake, which is just north of San Antonio. Is that accurate?
I would have to look at a map, but I believe so. It's down in that area.
Okay, so it's probably a 4 or 5 hour drive from this area. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. But Miss Whiteman is unwilling to, I believe, if I understand your testimony correctly, unwilling to even maybe drive halfway or meet somebody somewhere to facilitate a visit with Jessica. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
She has told me that it's too far of a drive for her to do by herself.
Okay. And has the department offered to have somebody meet her part way so she wouldn't have to drive the entire distance?
Yes, whenever I picked Jessica up in March for her spring break visit, I met the placement in Madisonville.
Okay, so that's probably about halfway. Would you agree?
I think it's approximately halfway, but it's actually a little closer to Athens than it is to
Okay.
Canyon Lake.
Okay, and that's probably about a 2 hour drive. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, and so Miss Whiteman, did y'all explain that to Miss Whiteman that maybe they could meet in Madisonville or something?
Yes.
And she was still unwilling to do that?
Correct.
Is there any type of, I don't know what you call it, family counseling between Miss Whiteman and Jessica being offered to Miss Whiteman?
Not at the moment, but we can put a family plan in place if that is what is recommended.
And I know you haven't been on the case all that long. This is a fairly old case and you haven't been on it very long. Is that accurate?
Yes, I was assigned the case in February.
Okay. And so if I ask you something and you don't know, I understand. It had been offered in the past, some type of family counseling. Do you know about that?
I'm unsure at this time.
Okay. Have you talked to Jessica about any other potential places that she could go, family members that she could go back to?
Not any family members, but the last thing, the last update on what Jessica would like to do, if she was not able to go home, was for us to find her a foster home that is closer to Athens. So visits with Miss Whiteman would be easier.
And when you say a foster home, are you talking about like what she's in now? Is that an RTC?
Yes, it is.
So she's asking you for maybe some type of maybe a specialized foster home, but a less restrictive environment. Is that what she's asking
Yes,
for?
whenever her level of care gets dropped, we definitely want to find her something less restrictive, because she will get dropped down to moderate when it does get dropped.
Okay, so that would be the next step, is from her current level to moderate.
Yes.
At that point, she would be eligible to go to maybe a specialized foster home.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Any further witnesses, Mr. Ridgel?
Yes, I'd call Casa. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Jessica Neal.
And what's Casa's recommendation today?
Status quo. I'll agree that Jessica has been doing better. Her behavior, her grades in school. I'm really proud of how good she's been doing. She has mentioned to me wanting to be moved to Hope Haven, which is kind of like a group home setting in the Tyler-Lindale area. I'm not sure if that's possible, but I did want to mention that to the court, that that's something that Jessica's interested in. If her behavior, she's done a great job. She's doing very well. Hope Haven is one of my personal favorite group home for girls. And I think that that environment, and also being closer to her mother, so visitation might be a little bit easier. I just don't know if that's something that could be explored or if that's a possibility, but I just wanted to mention that to the court. But for right now, she's doing very well.
Do you have any thoughts on summer, like an extended summer visitation with Ms. Whiteman?
This is the first that I'm hearing of it. I know that Jessica had a really great time when she went to, I believe it was a week with her mom. She would love to see her more often. If it is a possibility for a summer visit, I will coordinate with my volunteer, coordinate with Ms. Whiteman, and we'll go out and we'll visit with her. At this moment, I don't have any concerns. So I guess we'll just have to work from there and have discussions about if it's even a possibility, but it's something that I am open to.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Hunt?
I have no questions.
And any further witnesses, Ms. Ridgel?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hunt, any witnesses?
Jessica, you were able to talk with the judge before we started the hearing today. Is that right?
Yes, sir, but.
And now, well, and I don't want to talk about what you and the judge talked about. That was private between y'all. Okay.
I froze.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't want to talk about what you and the judge talked about because that's private between you and the judge. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're wanting to go either home with Miss Whiteman or to a less restrictive foster home. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. And I had a lot in plan, like I had more in plan, but I already told, I told my case manager and stuff like that. Like I was mentioning job court like a few months ago too, and it was in San Marcos here, somewhere in San Marcos. And I was telling her that I wanted to go. Then like a few days later, I was like, I don't want to go anymore. But like I keep like, I don't know, I want to go still, but I just like, it's like too much stuff. Like I'm just like frustrated with it. And like it's like all piling up into like one ball, and I'm like, I don't want to go. I want to go. I don't want to go. It's like it's just, I don't know. It's just too much.
Well, you're 17 years old, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're on the edge of being an adult. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And so there's a lot of things to think about. It's kind of scary, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's normal. That's okay. Do you talk to is Miss Coffee? Is that your counselor or therapist or something?
That's my therapist.
Okay. Do you talk to her about those issues?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, that's what she's there for, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable with it? And is Miss Coffee in the room with you?
No, ma'am. I mean, no, sir.
That's okay. Do you feel comfortable with who is in the room with you? Do you feel comfortable talking with who's there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you and Miss Coffee get along okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you like to get your driver's license?
Yes, sir. Because I'm gonna have to like learn how to drive one point in my life. Like it's just I don't want to be like anybody who just like depends on everybody else and stuff like that. I want to be
Okay.
like somebody who makes something out of themselves and like prove people wrong and stuff. Well, yeah, like yeah.
Do you want to be self-sufficient? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. Now, would you like to go home at least for the summer with Miss Whiteman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They mentioned that you're doing well in school. How much longer do y'all have left in school this year?
We only have like one more month until school's out, basically.
Okay, so the end of May.
Yes, sir. Then we
Okay.
have like summer school.
Are you going to work and keep your grades up?
I'm like literally trying
Doing your best?
and doing my best. Like I have to do like get all my credits. I have like probably 4 credits, 4 things I need to catch up on for like credits recovery and stuff like that. Like bio, I didn't finish the second semester. I think I took bio in 10th grade. I didn't finish the second semester. I didn't get to do it. And I need geometry the first semester for this year. I just need to get all of them up. Then English 2, I'm stuck in English 2 for right now, but I'm doing credit recovery for English 3 for me to get my credits for that. And I just need the English 2 semester A. So first semester on English 2. So that's basically
Okay. Have you
all.
talked to whoever your instructors are so that you can get a plan to catch up on all that?
Yes, sir. We had a talk about that yesterday. And my chemistry teacher, she already put me in bio for the second semester today. So like I'm working on that today already. So yeah.
Okay. And you understand that a high school degree is important if you want to be self-sufficient. You understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I already have
Go ahead.
I said I already have my 22 credit plan already, my graduate's plan, whatever.
Okay.
Instead of doing 26, I'm doing 22. So yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to say here today that we haven't talked about? And like I said, I don't want you to tell anybody what you and the judge talked about, but anything else you want to say that we haven't talked about?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Trill, any questions?
No questions.
Any further witnesses, Mr. Hunt?
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
All right, any recommendations?
Honor, I would like to see Jessica get some type of extended summer visit with Miss Whiteman. I mean, at some point, we can't just keep extending this and keep extending this. It is going to depend on Jessica's behaviors being appropriate and her finishing up the school year at least. My concern is Miss Whiteman's effort that she's putting in. I appreciate Miss Whiteman and what she's done to this point, but you know, it would, I would like to see her put forth maybe a little bit of effort in this case, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
All right, and the department is a joint managed conservatorship with Ms. Whiteman, so that will be maintained at this point. I will approve the placement for Jessica, and I will say my conversation with Jessica was very pleasant. Very, I mean, there was, you know, she does have plans. She has things that she wants to do. Whether that's going to be something she can accomplish, you know, that will be up to her, and I think she knows that. And so the thing that is my concern about all of this is Jessica's making improvements. Jessica's making an effort to actually get her life in order so that she can enter adulthood in a fashion that will make her successful. I want to make sure everybody here is supporting that and making that easier for Jessica. And when she does things good, she needs to be rewarded for that. And I hope that there can be an extended visit with Ms. Whiteman, and that she can, you know, have a least restrictive environment to be in, because she deserves that. She deserves to be able to be successful. When she does good things, she needs to be rewarded for those good things. And I think she definitely has a plan, and that's something that you know, it's sometimes that's a difficult thing for kids that are becoming adults to have. And I think this has been something that Jessica struggled with a little bit in the past, is getting that incentive to go forward. I think she has that. So at this point, that's about all I can say on it. But I would like to see something happen this summer. And Ms. Whiteman does probably need to step a little bit more in the direction of committing one way or another, because I think a commitment would be important to Jessica. And so that is something that I think is important for young adults, especially, to understand that they're going to have somebody there beside them, because this world gets scary at 18. It gets scary at 54, by the way. So, but it's nice to have somebody there with you. All right. So we're going to kind of maintain status quo, but if we can make something happen this summer, that would be really good. But I also don't want to blow up a placement that seems to be working right now either. All right. Okay, our next hearing is going to be on September 24th, which is a permanency review after final. And so we will be back at that time to review kind of where things are at and kind of see what the plan is for when she turns 18.
Thank you.
All right, and we're going to be adjourned today. Jessica, you can go ahead and log off and go get you some lunch, and I appreciate it. All right, and Ms. Whiteman, you can log off as well.
I bet she's mad, right?
Your Honor, that's all my cases today. May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right. Ms. Creech, would you get everybody in here on Rhea, and I'm going to take about a 2-minute break.
Sure will.
All judges took a quick break. He'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm getting everybody ready for the Raya case.
And everybody looks thrilled to be on here.
I know.
It's Friday.
Yes, finally.
I don't mean to brag, but this is my last case, so I can be done.
Good. Hope everyone has a good weekend.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm sorry about that. All right, let's get this thing started. This is going to be FAM 19-0071173 in the interest of Caden Ray. And we're going to set today for a permanence review. So let's get everyone who's going to be testifying today, make sure you're off of mute and to raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. New.
Thank you. I call Melissa Bennett. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Melissa Bennett.
And are you the conservatorship worker for Caden Ray?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is he currently placed?
He's placed in the same foster home in Smith County.
Okay, and is he with a sibling there?
He is with 2 siblings.
Okay, and he's been there for a long time, right?
Yes, since January of 2019.
Okay, and how's he doing?
He's doing very well.
Any health or other concerns?
No concerns at all.
He's not old enough for school yet, is he?
Correct. He just turned 2 in January.
Okay, He's developmentally on target.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the placement meeting all his needs?
Yes, they are.
So are you asking the court to maintain him in that placement?
Yes, ma'am.
So we've been in a holding pattern on this case, fair to say.
Yes.
We have, mom is Crystal Knight, correct?
Correct.
And she's been out of touch with the department for well over a year, is that right?
Correct. Since July of 2019.
Okay. And so she hasn't completed any of the services on her plan, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And we've been in a holding pattern because Mr. Knight has requested a jury trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he is currently incarcerated, is that true?
Yes, it is.
And he's been incarcerated for a majority of the case, but he's also been out some during the case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So has he completed any of the services on his plan?
He has not.
Okay. And so both parents would obviously be not in compliance, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But we did get recently the results of the paternity test that we had done on Mr. Knight. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a look at the document that I emailed to everyone marked Exhibit 1?
Yes, I have it up.
And does that appear to be a copy of the paternity test results that have been filed with the court?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that exactly what you received from the genetic testing facility?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 1.
Any objection, Mr. Scott?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hawkins?
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith?
No objection.
All right, petitioners will be admitted without objection.
Thank you. And does it show that with an extremely high probability that Mr. Knight is the father of Katie?
Yes.
So are you asking the court today to go ahead and adjudicate him to be the legal father of Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're currently set for a jury trial on May 24th. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
But our extension, or our last extension, only extends out to May 10th. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you requesting that the court go ahead and enter an extension pursuant to the latest Texas Supreme Court COVID emergency order and extend it out to September 1st, but mainly just for the purpose of getting us to our jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And anything else you feel the court needs to be updated on at this time with regard to this case?
I do not.
Okay, thanks. Pass the witness.
Scott, any questions?
Ms. Bennett, you gave me an update on attempts to find my client. Yeah, I think you had spoken to some relatives of hers, but they didn't know where Miss Knight was at this time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So no idea right now how to locate her, how to even go about doing that.
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Hawkins?
I don't have any questions today, Judge.
All right, Mr. Smith?
No questions.
All right, any further witnesses, Ms. New?
I would just call CASA if we have CASA.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Right. Could you state your name for the record?
Cindy Oliver.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. You were right too close. And what's CASA's recommendation?
To say status quo. I've known this foster family over 4 years because I was the CASA in the previous CPS case. And he's with 2 of his youngest siblings. It's a wonderful, loving home, and he's doing great. So everything's going very well.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Mr. Scott?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hawkins?
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Mr. Smith?
No questions.
Any further witnesses, Ms. New?
No, Your Honor. Department rests.
Mr. Scott, any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hawkins, any witnesses?
I don't have any witnesses, Judge.
All right, and Mr. Smith, any witnesses or any recommendations today?
No witnesses, Judge. I concur with CASA in terms of a recommendation. I think that the child is doing extremely well in his placement. He's also placed with his siblings. He has contact with his other siblings. And I have received the DNA results. I think that as well as the court's jury setting. But I'm asking the court to maintain the status quo pending that jury trial. And I guess that really the only reason I can think to extend it is the court's already set the trial, and this is a necessary COVID extension so we can get this case concluded.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Hawkins, just to ask you, if I remember correctly, Mr. Knight is subject to be released fairly quickly. Is that correct?
Judge, that's my understanding as well. But as to when that's going to be, I don't know.
Yeah, asking what TDCJ is going to do is just, I don't know. Okay. Well, the department is going to be named as going to continue as the temporary managing conservator of Caden. And I will approve his current placement and find that's in his best interest at this time. And I will grant an extension under the emergency orders related to the COVID pandemic, which will make our new dismissal date September the 1st of 2021. And we are set for the jury trial to begin on the 24th of May. And we will be getting those jury summons out in the next couple of weeks. Right now, we're intending to do jury selection at the Texan Theater. Now, that is subject to some changes, but that's where we're intending to do jury selection. We will actually try the case in the 173rd. All right. And other than that, it's going to be status quo.
Your Honor, a quick issue. Do we know who's going to be doing the bench warrant for the father?
Well, at this point, if I remember correctly, I think he'll be out before. Are you talking about on Mr. Rea?
Right, for the trial.
Or Mr. Knight? I think he will be out before then. Because if I remember correctly, it was sometime in April or early May that he was getting out.
And I was wanting to say, Judge, it was like April the 24th, but I don't know if that date is in my head for some other reason, but I think you're right. It's really soon.
That sounds pretty close to me. But if we need to do a bench warrant, I can do the bench warrant. We just need to find out for sure, Mr. Hawkins, if he's going to need that.
I'll inquire today, Judge, and see if I can get an exact date, and then I'll let everybody know.
Okay. Yeah, just let me, if I need to sign one, just let Ms. Screech know. All right.
Okay,
Anything else? Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we are going to be adjourned then. We'll see you guys back on May the 24th.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Debbie,
Thank you.
Did you adjudicate paternity on that case?
Oh, yeah, we'll do that as well.
Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, my client, Lisa Niabadza or Lisa White, she should be in the waiting room.
She was here earlier. I have a Lisa. Let me
end.
Okay. Ms. Creech, you might get with Mr. Stevens and let him know we're ready. And also Jocelyn's, I just pulled up his audio. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna get my timing on these hearings correct. It's hard to guess you're going to have a 20-minute placement review. All right, I got Mr. Stevens' audio on here. So this is going to be FAM 19-0049173 in the interest of Jocelyn White. And I do have, excuse me, Miss Niabatsa. And I know I butchered that, so I'm sorry. But I do have you here. And I do have to give you a statutory warning, and that is your parental rights and duties are subject to restriction or termination if you're unwilling or unable to provide your child or children with a safe environment. Mr. Stevens, I do not see your client here, which is kind of unusual.
He actually he's been in my office for the past hour or so. He has a counseling session in Athens, which I talked about getting him into some counseling. He didn't want to miss that.
Okay.
It was my understanding we were going to do an extension because we have get a jury trial date coming up. So with the courts, I hope the court gives me, I guess the court's not too mad at me, but I told him to go ahead and go to that counseling session because
I'm not mad at you at all.
So,
because I think that's a good thing for your client. Okay, well, let's get everybody that's going to be testifying today to make sure you're off of mute and to raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. New, we are going to be doing a permanency hearing today. So, and we're also going to be talking about a jury trial setting. So if you want to call your first witness.
Thank you. I would call Lisa Tunstall. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Lisa Tunstall.
And are you the conservatorship worker for Jocelyn in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is Jocelyn currently placed?
She's placed in a foster home in Smith County.
Okay. And how long has she been there?
She has been there since, it's been several months. I don't know the exact date.
October.
Okay. Roughly is fine. This is a very good placement for her, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
How's she doing in school?
She does, her grades are decent. She's struggling a little bit with a few of her classes, but she's struggling a little bit since the last court hearing. It has bothered her some, and it's showing in some of her grades and things like that.
Well, she's healthy, is that right? No medical issues?
Correct.
She's working with a counselor, is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And, but you think this place has been really good for her, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So why do you think that?
She just seems to have a real bond with her foster parents, and she definitely has a bond with Waylon, who is the foster parent's youngest or child. Her name is Waylon, and Jocelyn calls her little sister. And she's very considerate and caring about her. We even went to Walmart and she wanted to buy her something. So we bought her a gift. So she treats her like that's her sibling.
Good. Is the placement meeting all her needs?
Yes.
And are you requesting the court to maintain her in that placement?
Yes, I am.
And so this is another case where we've kind of been in a holding pattern because we have a jury trial requested. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe last time we were in court, we did have a relinquishment that was tendered by mom. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And so she's not engaged with the department at this point. Is that right?
Correct.
So she's not working services or trying to achieve reunification. Is that true?
Correct.
And so we're just holding off on requesting action on that to see what else happens in the case. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
So she's not visiting with Jocelyn either, is that true?
Correct.
So she would not, I guess, be in compliance, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now, Dad has been sort of off and on. Where are we with Dad in terms of his compliance on his service plan?
Dad is not compliant. He refuses to do any of his drug testing. In January, when he was sent the day after the court hearing, he did go, but he refused to do a hair strand. And he also, the temperature of his UA sample was not correct, and they asked for another sample, and he refused and said he had to go to work. And then any of the other times that I have sent him, he has not responded and told me he would not go.
Have you sent him monthly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is he participating in individual counseling? Or has he been, to your knowledge? I guess he is today, but.
He was unsuccessfully discharged in January from Hughes Counseling for substance abuse counseling. When I spoke to his counselor, they said he was just unsuccessfully discharged in January because he would not agree to stop using marijuana. Mr. White told me that he has a life coach, but when I asked him about the information, he told me it was none of my business.
So is this counseling that he's going to today something that you arranged?
No, ma'am, I have no knowledge of his counseling.
Okay. So is he even making a pretense of trying to achieve reunification?
To me at this time, no.
He just has some grievances against the department that he wants to air. Is that what he's been sort of telling you?
Yes,
in terms of why he keeps staying in this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he's not in compliance with this plan, right?
Correct.
And has the department gone ahead and changed their goal at this time to adoption?
Yes, ma'am, we did. The primary goal is unrelated adoption because Jocelyn has said there's some interest in staying with the Sandstroms, and it's a good place for her. And then the concurrent goal is relative kinship adoption.
And so there seems to be sort of long-term bonding on both sides for her current placement. Fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we've attempted, didn't we have another settlement conference or did another round of settlement negotiations, and we just weren't able to make it work?
When I took over in January, we have not had one. I'm not sure about previous with the other caseworker.
Okay. And then finally, we're still waiting on a jury trial, but our current dismissal date is May 10th. Is that right? That your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
So are we requesting that the court enter an extension in compliance with the most recent Texas Supreme Court emergency order that allows for extensions due to the COVID pandemic that was set our date now at September 1st of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else you feel the court needs to be updated on at this time?
Mr. White has not completed any in-person visits with Jocelyn. He contacted her counselor, Miss Danette Frost, in January, and they were talking about trying to have one of those, and then he never got back with her, and he has since not made any contact about that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Pass the witness.
Mr. Scott.
Ms. Tunstall, have you, I know you're, I think, the third or so caseworker on the case. Have you, since you've been on the case, have you had any contact with my client, Lisa?
No, I have not. Her courtesy worker did inform me that she has had contact with her.
Okay, because she lives in Tarrant, out of county.
Yes, sir.
Now, something you said earlier, I wanted to make sure I understood this correctly. You said that the Sandstroms, which are the current caregivers, are interested in adoption, if that's possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Jocelyn has told you that that would be something that she would be interested in as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't realize the actual goal was termination adoption. Are you saying that is the primary goal at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
And Mr. Stevens?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've recently replaced Mr. White's previous attorney about a month or so ago, so I don't think we've had a chance to meet or talk about this case. And to kind of preface it before I ask these questions, I'm obviously playing catch up because I'm not sure what has happened in prior settings and so forth. But as it relates to visits, are you saying that his visitation has not been terminated and that he is still, I guess, allowed to try to set up some visits with his child?
Jocelyn did not want visits without her counselor. So she wanted any visits to be with her counselor present.
Okay. And has my client ever indicated to you that he was under the impression that his access had been completely denied?
No, I was not under that impression.
Okay. So if that's not the case, then are we asking that if he would like to set up a visit for me to have him get in touch with you about scheduling that to coincide with the counselor's schedule?
He knew that he was supposed to contact that counselor. He has her number. She has called him several times. I would have to see at this point if that's something that Jocelyn still wanted to do since it's been so long.
So would it surprise you that when I first met with my client that he was under the impression that he was not allowed any access? Would that surprise you?
Not really sure how to answer that.
If visits are on the table, then I will ensure that my client fulfills those terms. But when he had met with me just recently, he was under the impression that his visits had been ceased and terminated, and therefore was not able to actively visit. Is that something you need to staff with the department, or would you like my client to get in contact with you about that?
I would like to staff the department.
Okay, after you staff it, would you please provide my office an email so that we could make necessary steps to set up that visit?
Yes, sir.
If possible. Okay. I'll pass witness.
And Mr. Smith?
No questions.
All right. Ms. New, any further witnesses?
I would call CASA. Could you just take your name for the record, please?
Cindy Oliver.
And what is CASA's recommendation at this time?
The status quo, I think it's unfortunate this has gone on for over 2 years, and it's been to Jocelyn's detriment. I mean, it's caused a lot of anxiety, anger, and depression. And, she just needs some permanency so she can go on with her life. But she's in a great foster home right now. They have a great bond. And it's a potential for her to have a great future there.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Yeah, Mr. Scott?
No questions, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm muted.
All right. That's okay, Mr. Stevens?
No questions.
And Mr. Smith?
Ms. Oliver, first of all, do you support continued visits for Mr. White with Jocelyn, I guess, in person?
Only with the therapist, as Jocelyn really requested.
And is that your understanding with what the court previously ordered?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you heard direct testimony that there may be pretext efforts, but not really serious efforts for reunification on the part of Mr. White.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And you think that that's damaging to Jocelyn because of the lack of permanency?
Yes, absolutely.
Has she talked to you about staying in her current placement?
Yeah, she has. We talked last week, and first she was hoping if Dad would comply that, perhaps the Sandstroms could get PMC, but then if Dad wasn't going to comply, which it looks like he's not, that she was wishing to have, adoption.
Pass the witness.
And Ms. New?
Your Honor, I don't technically have any more witnesses, but I did want to advise the court that I was advised that the caregiver would like to make a statement to the court.
Well, I think that's probably going to come under Mr. Smith calling her, but if you want to, you can call her.
Your Honor, can I have a brief follow-up question as it relates to her last round of questioning with Mr. Smith?
Okay.
Of Costa.
Of Costa, go ahead.
With regards to your last statement about Jocelyn would be in favor of PMC if Dad would comply, and if not, then adoption. Would Jocelyn be in favor of contact with father if an adoption took place?
Yes, I think when we talked last week, she was open to that.
Okay. Okay, I'll pass witness.
Any further questions of Ms. Oliver?
No, not for me.
No, sir.
All right. And Ms. New, are you resting?
Yes, I'll rest.
Okay, Mr. Scott, any witnesses?
Your Honor, could I just ask a follow-up of Ms. Oliver? I was trying to say yes, and I'd again muted myself.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Oliver, as you recall, Jocelyn was with my client Lisa for a substantial amount of time during this case, and then they had a falling out.
Right.
Jocelyn made accusations against my client. Would it be fair to say that their relationship was pretty heavily damaged at that point, and Jocelyn was placed in a relative placement?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Has Jocelyn since that time, has she, when CASA has met with her, has she made any statements about wanting to reestablish contact with Mom, or has she expressed how she feels about that? I know we've talked a lot about Mr. White, but how does she feel about Mom?
Yeah, when we met last week, I'm sorry, but we really didn't talk about Mom. I know she's been pretty angry at, I guess, Mom not attending the court hearings, and but we really didn't discuss what kind of contact she wanted with her.
Okay, thank you. Pass the witness.
And Mr. New, anything further?
No questions, Your Honor. No.
All right. All right. And so, Mr. Scott, do you have any witnesses?
I don't, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Stevens, do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith?
I'd like to call the Mrs. Stanstrom, which is the placement.
All right.
Start
And
with.
if you guys can take yourself off of mute. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Can you hear me, Miss Sandstrom?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to ask you just, there were some questions that came up. I'm going to call Jocelyn also, but I wanted to ask you, how long has she been in your home?
She's been in our home since September 23rd. That's the day that she was placed with us.
Okay. And then another question I had was that I had received some information and some photographs indicating that she's currently or had been under doing some equine therapy.
Yes, she does with Riders Ep. She goes horseback riding once a week. It's not it's therapeutic for them, but it's not something it's not a recognized therapy session through CPS. It's just in addition to her therapy that she does with Miss Frost.
Have you noticed her making progress, I guess, in terms of when she arrived there in September versus now?
Yes, we have noticed there have been a lot of changes from Jocelyn. 90% positive, 10% bad, but we take those negative behaviors that we see coming out as, first of all, her getting comfortable enough to express her frustrations, and that she feels comfortable enough to push her limits with us and see, you know, what she can do and what she cannot do. But the girl that was placed in our home, she had no life in her voice. She was a sad, depressed, angry young lady when she was placed in our home. And as the months have gone by, she's blossomed. I know that sounds very corny, but there's no other way to put it. She laughs. She doesn't hide her real laugh anymore. She talks, she engages, she doesn't, she's just more engaged with the family life and at school and, things outside of school. That's just what we've seen from us. And she's made attachments, and she, not just to an animal or, a friend, she's made attachments to our daughter, to my husband and I, to the animals. It's not just places or things that she's attached to.
Thank you for that. We had a conference call prior to this hearing. Is that correct? You remember that?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Now I remember. Yes, I remember.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about that one of the, I guess, the benefits, at least since she's been placed there, is that she's kind of found her voice in this process. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Rather than holding it in, she's going to tell you about it, whether she should or not. She's learning how to speak with respect, which has been an issue with her. But she is learning how that, she can speak up and that she does have a voice in it. And even if it's something that the others don't want to hear, she can still have that thought and say it.
Is there anything else that you want to tell the court that you've not had a chance to up to now?
Just that the struggles that we've seen with Jocelyn since the last court hearing, because she's usually a very good student. We felt like she had been spiraling. And I finally I asked her and I said, what is going on? Why, what is doing this? And she said, I don't know what to do. I don't know what plans to. She's like, how am I supposed to plan for next year? I don't know where I'm going to be next year. And and that's where a lot of that is coming from. She feels safe here, but she is also scared of leaving here because she doesn't know what's going to happen. And that's stressful. I can agree with that.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. New?
I have no questions.
Mr. Scott?
No questions, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stevens?
No questions.
All right, any further witnesses, Mr. Smith?
I'd call Jocelyn White.
All right.
Can you hear me, Jocelyn?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were in the conference call also, and I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about that. Are you happy where you're currently placed?
Yes, sir.
You want to stay there?
Yes.
Now, there was some talk on direct questioning in regards to visits with your father. Do you still wish to have visits with your father?
Yes, but last court case, it had been aware to my dad that he had to contact my counselor himself to set up something, and he has not yet done so.
Okay. You're in favor of that happening to get those in-person visits going?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about virtual visits or phone contact? You still want to continue that?
Yes, sir.
Is he having that now?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell the court that I've not asked you or that you haven't told them yet?
I wrote a letter, but he's not here. I should still read it or not.
Could you send that letter to your caseworker or to me so that we could get it to your dad?
I have been aware that it's already been sent to my caseworker.
Oh, okay.
I haven't sent it to you if you yet because you hadn't finished it.
Can I still read it for the court?
It's up to the judge, but I have no issue with it.
I have no problem with Jocelyn. If you want to read a letter, you read a letter.
Okay, yes, sir. For the warning, it was to my dad, but he's not here.
Well, his attorney's here. He can relay what the sentiment is.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay. Dear Dad, it's been a while. I'm writing this letter because I express my feelings better if I plan it out. If I have time to process what I'm writing. Last time we had court, I expressed my feelings, but not as clearly as I wanted. So that's what I'm doing now, expressing my feelings. I feel disappointed. We've been in the same CPS case for over 2 years now. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Well, it means something to me. This whole time, I've been mentally drained of hearing promises over and over that are never fulfilled. There's always an excuse, roadblock for you to use. To me, this means I've missed out on so much. Consistency, permanency, and meaningful time with you. Doesn't it bother you I seem more worried about the dogs than getting home? I know that you're hard-headed and you only listen to you, so basically what I'm saying means nothing to you. Or maybe it does. Maybe this is what you needed, a swift kick in the butt. The thing that gets me is that you continue to express the need for a jury trial. For what? You have nothing good on you. Everyone already knows the verdict. If you have a jury trial, then the state is going to win and your rights will be terminated. Do you really want that? Would you rather choose the better option? Probably not. If you worked as hard as your services to get me back or to even have a face-to-face visit with me, this wouldn't be an issue because it would have already gotten done. You spend all your time trying to be right and doing what's right for you, not what's right for me. It has always been about you being right, Dad. For once, do what's right for me. Let me get the mental health I need without your best opinions, which is what they are. Not the fact that I've been crying for help and you want to prove a point. The only thing important to you right now is proving a point, not getting me back. And that's hard to process. Is your point more important than to get me back? No. You need to choose. Me or point. How is my dogs? I really need them. I'll put my email in the chat box so you can send me pictures of my dog. If that's okay with the court. This whole 2 years I've been needing you and you're only there in spirit. When you could be there in person if you do what you're supposed to. I want to stay in Lindale so I can start a future of my own. Stable future. One I can look forward to. A stable high school with a stable home life. I want to build my future happy and not having to worry about whether or not you're doing what you're supposed to or not. Okay, well, I don't know what else to write, so I guess I'm done. I love you and miss you. Sincerely, Jocelyn.
Could not have said it better, Jocelyn. Thank you so much for that. And I'll pass the witness.
Ms. New?
I have no questions, but just hang in there and we're so proud of you, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
It's shot.
Jocelyn, if this question is too tough for you, just let me know. I don't feel obligated to answer it, but you know, your mom is here. How would you feel about reinitiating contact with her, being able to talk to her? What are your thoughts on that?
At this time, I really don't think I'll be able to remain contact with my mom. I'm really still in that stage that I'm disappointed in her or like disappointed in her choices. But I would like to ask the court if I could get my possessions, all of my possessions from my mom's house because they are still there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Justin. I'll pass the witness.
Stevens?
Thank you, Judge. And Jocelyn, I just want to let you know that your father was in my office. These CPS dockets tend to run long sometimes. And he had indicated to me that he had started some counseling sessions. I had absolutely no idea you would have been on today. Rarely do children appear at the hearings. And if I'd have known, I would have made him stay here. So the fact that he's not in court today is wholly my fault. Now, all the other things that you expressed disappointment in, that obviously falls on your father. But I don't want you to hold it against him, because I was the one that thought it would be better for him to go to counseling, because my understanding was we were just going to extend this case and pick a trial date. So I apologize for that.
Yes, sir.
Would you have any objection if your counselors and your caseworkers and your placement think it's okay that you record you reading that statement again and have it provided to my office, and I will sit down with your dad so that he can see you read the letter? Because I think it'd be more, it'll have more emotion in it than if he just reads the letter. So if all of the parties are agreeable to that, is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Mr.
Yes,
Stevens,
sir.
I will tell you that I will have Ms. Creech make this available to you.
Okay, thank you, Judge. And obviously, I'm also playing catch up in a lot of these things, but it's my understanding your father has a lot of distrust with the department and even his prior attorney, so that I've now been kind of appointed to represent your dad. So I will make sure and visit with your father about visiting with you through the counselor and try to get to the bottom of why that hasn't been done. Okay.
Yes, sir. And just so you are aware, I will be at every single court. I've always been there.
And I'll make sure that he's there. And it's my understanding he's always been at them until today. And again, I take responsibility for that. But you would be agreeable if the court terminated his rights to still being able to see him after the termination. Is that correct?
Yeah.
If we had an agreement for that?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right. And Mr. Smith, anything further?
No further witnesses. I have a recommendation when the court's ready.
Okay, well, just one second. Jocelyn, I got a question for you. You're doing the equine therapy. Do you have a horse, or do you ride a specific horse when you go?
No, it's a program where you go and then you get to pick out your horse and then you have to tack it up and then you can ride it. And it's every
Okay.
7 at 4.
Do you ride the same one every time?
No, not technically, sir.
Okay, because I know I love horses myself, and their horses are just a special kind of animal. So I just wanted to ask you about that.
Yes, sir. They have thoroughbreds, what their breed are.
Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, you have a recommendation?
Just briefly, I think that this placement, I think we, kind of found since she's been there, it's been obvious results in terms of a very good placement. We did have a conference call. She indicated to me, as she did the court just now, she wants to stay there. I'm disappointed in the father's lack of action, but I'm not surprised in this case since it's been going on so long. I'm asking the court to maintain the department as the managing conservator and maybe provide a short extension so we can get this thing set for a trial and give Mr. White the jury trial he seems to demand. Also, I'm really appreciative of the court hearing the statement from Jocelyn. It was a powerful statement, and it says better than I can the issues in this case that have not we've not made meaningful progress on, Judge, in about 2 years. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Well, the department is going to continue as temporary managing conservator of Jocelyn, and I will approve the placement. Certainly the most appropriate place for her to be right now. I will also enter in an order extending the case under the emergency orders of the Texas Supreme Court for the COVID pandemic, which will make our dismissal date September the 1st. Now, we're not going to go to September 1st. Right now, my thought.
Ask her.
How long do we think this trial is going to take?
Not counting selection, maybe 2 days, maybe 3.
Your Honor.
Well, hold on one second, Jocelyn. Mr. Scott, has your client executed the affidavit of relinquishment?
He has, Your Honor, and I've sent a legible copy to the attorney for the department this week.
Well, is that something we probably need to take care of so that you're not going to be in this discussion with the jury trial? If you want to, we'll set a date for that, okay?
Okay, I think a decision still needs to be made by the department about whether they're wanting to try to pursue that. And now that I understand that Jocelyn wants termination and an adoption, then it looks like that's something we can do. My
Okay,
client's still
well,
in agreement with it.
all right. Mr. Smith, you've been on this the entire time. How long do you think it's going to take?
I don't think it'd take longer than 3-4 days. I guess it depends, but on Mr. White, but I can't imagine it taking longer than that. I think that his situation is a lack of progress rather than some progress he's made that's not been accepted or somehow challenged by the department.
Right. I understand that. I have to try to find
I'd say 3 days, Judge. Other than selection, I think that Ms. New was correct about that. Finding the jury pool would probably take another day.
and see, that's where we start running into issues.
Yes,
The 4-day trial is, Mr. Stevens, I know you're new to this. Do you agree with probably a 4-day trial?
I would anticipate it wouldn't go any longer than that. And again, I'm always open to settlement talks. Sometimes a different attorney can have a different effect. I'm not sure if it's been known up until now that this is what Jocelyn wants, which is termination adoption. If so, that may change things. I don't know if it will or won't. So what I would probably recommend is if the department would get together a proposal of what post-adoption contact may look like, and I'll be more than willing to show that video to him as well as talk to him about those issues. But if those break down, I think probably 4 days shouldn't.
All right. Okay. Well, here's our next available 4-day window is July 26th.
And Your Honor, I am in Exuma, Jamaica, the 24th through the 31st of July. Now, if that's the only date, I am very brand new on this case. We could swap me out, and I don't think it would delay anything, but I'm out that entire week.
Or you could just cancel your vacation.
What about June 21st?
I'll go with him.
Yeah,
we could have the trial there, remote trial setting.
I can do a Zoom trial, and we can do this, I actually had a hearing conducted with an attorney that was sitting on the balcony of his hotel in Hawaii. I know we've been throwing out dates for another jury trial, but this one kind of will take a little bit of precedent over it, which is June 21st. Any problems with that week?
I'm available.
Your Honor, you set the the Allen case.
Allen case.
Yes, sir.
But this one's going to take precedence over this one's a lot longer case.
Yes, sir.
And the Allen has a full, well, yeah, I could actually do an extension in it, and
I'm happy to swap it out then, Judge. That's what I have on my calendar.
And Your Honor,
Stevens,
what was that date again?
June
my audio
21st. Be June 21st through the 24th.
Your Honor, as far as the hearing for my client, when would you like to do that for termination?
Well, let's get this trial set first, and then we'll probably do that in one of the May dockets.
And that date will work for me, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we'll put this one as the first setting, as the primary setting. for the June 21st. And then, like I say, we've got the Allen case that can go if this one does settle. Now, as far as proving up, let's put it on May 14th docket for approve up. So we'll take care of that on the on May 14th for regarding your client, Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else you need to take care of today?
No, sir.
All right. Well, then we are going to be adjourned. Jocelyn, I appreciate you being here today. And you guys can go ahead and log off, and we will see you back next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. No, that's you can log off as well.
And Your Honor, I had on my calendar that Caden Ray was on the docket, but I had it set prior to this one. Did you take that one up before they called me into the room?
What are you on, Caden Ray?
I thought it was the attorney ad litem on it. Looks like it was a post termination, but then I think there was a motion for new trial that got signed.
Stan Smith's the ad litem for Rhea.
Mr. Stevens, okay. I believe that you had a conflict with maybe Mr. Knight's criminal cases prior to 2019, and I replaced you by Judge Moore's order.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. My staff had put it on the calendar, and I was just curious about that. Okay, all right. Then that may conclude.
And Jocelyn, you wanted to say one other thing?
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure you heard me where I wanted to go get my possessions from my mom.
I did, and that's something that I'm sure Mr. Scott will work on.
Your Honor, I guess I'll need the department to give me a list. My client's telling me that she doesn't have anything there, so we're not quite sure what we're talking about. So if the department wants to send me a list, I'll definitely forward that to my client.
Jocelyn, talk to Ms. Tunstall and tell her what you're talking about, what the specifics are, and then they'll work with Mr. Scott to get those. Yes, sir. My foster parent also said that she would be open to the idea of going down there herself with a police officer and getting it for like a. I don't know if I want to do that, but like I say, that'll be something. Work it out with them. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jocelyn. You're welcome. All right, the next case is going to be FAM 18-0590 CC1 in the interest of Sammy Wade III. We're set for a permits review after final. So I need everyone who's going to be testifying today to make sure you're off of mute and to raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Bridgel, you may proceed.
Call Lori Plunkett. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Lori Plunkett.
You're the conservatorship worker on this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is Sammy currently placed?
He is placed in a TCCF, which is a therapeutic foster home in Kaufman County.
And how's he doing in that home?
He's doing really well. He's thriving. We did have some behavioral issues that have started up again with him. This started to happen after visitations with mom and dad began again.
But as far as his medical, dental, education, he's doing really well.
Okay. And what's the permanency goal for him at this time?
Right now, our permanency goal is family adoption with a backup of unrelated adoption.
And the department just this week filed actually a petition to modify, correct?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And so what is the reason, I want to talk about the services for the parents. What kind of progress have they made on their service plan?
There have been no services started nor completed. The last time they submitted to a drug test for me was 21. For Sammy, he was negative. He had no hair at the time. He did grow out his hair and tested again on 8/20, where his hair follicle test was positive for methamphetamines and amphetamines. Sandra Hunter on that date was negative for both her UA and hair follicle, but there has been no compliance for drug testing since. I did ask Mr. Wade to submit to CATA because of the positive drug testing, and that was submitted at least 3 times, and we never heard from him. He never set up.
Okay. And what's the visitation currently with the parents?
Currently, it's Thursdays from 3 to 5 every other week. We were doing it weekly, but when the behavior started up with Sammy, we had the idea that maybe if we extended out a little bit longer, he might do a little better, and that did help the situation.
And do those are the parents missing any visitation, or are they attending all the visitation?
They have missed one, and it was due to vehicle problems.
And so will there be a new family plan that's developed for the parents, or are we going to continue with the same family plan they currently have?
We can continue with the same.
Is there anything else you feel the court needs to know at this time?
Just that Sammy has been in so many different placements, and this placement will actually end. It's a program that he's in July 19th, I believe, 18th or 19th. And we're looking at some permanency options for him after that. We found a maternal cousin who is very interested in taking Sammy on and potentially going forward and adopting him if it comes to that. So home study was just completed on that. We haven't had time to read it all yet. I just got that this morning, actually.
Okay, and so that'll be going over to the program director?
Yes.
Okay. And so today you're asking the court to maintain Sammy in his current placement and continue the department as the permanent managing conservator?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
And Ms. Hunter, do you have any questions of Ms. Plunkett?
What maternal family member is she talking about?
Like I said this morning, it's Miss Tanisha Lewis.
I refute that because she's been labeled a child abuser.
Okay, Ms. Hunter, do you have questions for Ms. Plunkett?
Why would you go against what I told you about her?
Well, at this point, we're looking for any family, and considering Miss Lewis has Sammy's half-brother already in her home, we thought it would be an excellent opportunity for Sammy. We ran background checks.
She obtained him illegally, right?
I'm sorry?
I said, you do know that she retained his half-brother illegally.
I'm not aware of anything in relation to that.
Well, now you know.
Any other questions, Ms. Hunter? Mr. Wade, do you have any questions of Ms. Plunkett?
Yes, I do. Okay, Ms. Plunkett, back to what Cassandra was asking you, but I'll ask you like this. When you get in the case, didn't you do any research on it? As far as what we stated to CPS in the beginning and throughout the case about this lady that you were talking about?
I can barely hear you, but I think I get the gist of the question. And yes, I have gotten all records from CPS cases from Oklahoma about Miss Hunter as far back as they went. And I've read all the documentation relating to Miss Lewis as well. And I saw nothing something
Yeah.
in the history that indicated it would not be a safe home for Sammy.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I mean, that's your opinion, but I just kind of find it odd that that's been looked over throughout this case, and she's the main reason that this case is over. One of them. But I mean, I can't argue. That's your opinion. That's all I wanted to ask.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Scott, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Ridgel, any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Hunter, do you have any witnesses you would like to call or anything you'd like to tell me today?
No, nothing as far as no.
Okay. Mr. Wade, any witnesses or anything you'd like to tell me today?
No, I don't have any witnesses, but basically, by this case reaching this, it's so serious that counsel is something that we need. We tried to, get counsel through the courts, and she never got back with us on it. I haven't heard anything else about it. We're close to getting somebody, and I don't feel comfortable at all dealing with CPS at this point without an attorney.
Okay.
Because there's so much stuff that has been swept under the rug and changed over. We waited a year before we seen him, talked to them. This can't get just pushed aside because there's something wrong, and I know it is because we've never done anything to our child. It's not that serious of a case, but yet it's being made out to be. But anyway, that's basically how I feel about the whole ordeal. And I know that I know according to due process law that I can have an attorney. I need to have one because I don't know all the legalities of what's going on. She just notified us. She just notified us this morning about Tamisha. I mean, how can you do that? I mean, why not even ask us? It's like we're not even the parents. I mean, we do, that's, it's just kind of, it's screwed up. And
okay, Mr. Wade, let me ask you something real quick. Have you been served with the new paperwork that's been filed by the department? The
No.
petition?
No.
Okay.
We don't have.
Okay, that would be something that would be coming. Now, up until, and unfortunately, the way Texas law works about appointing attorneys, once your case was concluded, then you basically lost your attorney because there was not a termination on file or subject to that. My understanding, I have not read the modifications that's been filed, but according to what Ms. Ridgel was saying earlier, there is pleadings on file that would include termination of parental rights. What that does is it triggers your ability to file an affidavit of indigency to have me look at whether you qualify for a court-appointed attorney. And Ms. Hunter, this goes for you as well. So that is something you can do. Now, like I say, you have to be served with paperwork, and that's kind of a jurisdictional thing. But that is something that you can do at this point, is request an attorney through the process of that affidavit of indigency.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Scott, do you have any witnesses or any recommendations?
Your Honor, no witnesses. I've met with Sammy. He's really making a lot of progress in his home. He has issues with encopresis and uresis, if I'm saying that right. And at his age, I say that's not usual, but he has been moved around. So I'm in support of the department's petition, and it looks like we're heading towards a request to terminate the parental rights. And I do think, based upon their lack of progress in this case, that would be in Sammy's best interest.
Okay, well, we're not to that point just yet. So, but
yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So the department is going to continue as the permanent managing conservator of Sammy. I will approve the current placement. Now, one of the things that I want to make everybody aware of, Sammy has been moved quite a bit. Before we make another move, we need to make sure that's going to be something that needs to take place for his best interest, not just to meet some policy guidelines or so forth. So let's make sure about any kind of move before that takes place. Now, Ms. Plunkett, what is the visitation schedule for the parents? What is the plan that was there?
So right now they're every other Thursday from 3 to 5 at the Kaufman CPS office.
Okay. All right. All right, and that visitation schedule will be maintained as well. Now, as far as the modification, until it's served, I don't have any jurisdiction over it. So that is something that needs to take place. And Ms. Plunkett, you do need to make sure that that both Ms. Hunter and Mr. Wade have the affidavit of indigency that they can fill out. So
Yes.
it's going to be your responsibility to make that available to them. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Well, that's going to do it. Our next hearing right now is going to be on September the 24th, which is a permanence review after final. Ms. Wade, Mr. Wade, Ms. Hunter, if that modification comes up and you've been served with it, there's likely to be a hearing before then that gets set. So, but we'll send you out notice of that. Should it be set earlier? All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we are going to be adjourned today, and so Ms. Hunter and Mr. Wade, you can go ahead and log off, and we'll see you in September for sure. If not, it'll be earlier than that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me check this iPhone here, see who that is. Do we know who this is on the iPhone? And on the iPhone that just pulled up, could you take yourself off of mute? Could you identify yourself?
I'm Felicia Henderson, the mother of Alexis and Madison.
All right, it's going to take a little bit. We're going to get to your case in just a few minutes. We're running a little bit behind, so I'm going to put you back in the waiting room. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, I think maybe this Christopher, maybe my client and the father. I'm not sure. The one that's connecting to the audio, because I know.
Yeah, I don't. They usually do come together, but I don't.
My client has. I'm in contact with her today. She is going to appear. So.
Okay. Well, you might text her real quick, or somebody might text her or text him and have them.
I can only text her, or actually send her Facebook messages.
All right.
Messenger.
Well, Miss Jock can probably contact them and say they need to get on. I think they had been trying to do something.
Sent him numerous chats, so I don't think he is able to hear.
Miss Jock, were you able to make contact?
Yes. He texted me from a new number and I sent him the link. I tried to call him, but he didn't answer. I just don't think they have good signal. I believe it's a Wi-Fi number, but I'll try to call him again and see if they're able to connect to Wi-Fi or connect to the audio.
Okay. I mean, I see a hand every once in a while. All right, looks like it's all connected now. All right, and Mr. Allen, is Miss Spell there with you?
I'm
Sir?
sorry, I can't hear nothing. Just give me 1 second.
All right, Mr. Allen?
Got it.
Ms. Creech, you might let them know that we can hear them. And I'm bringing in the other. Okay, all right. And on the Sheridan and Christopher, could you take yourself off of mute for me? All right, can you hear me? Is this Miss Bell and Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and close out the other connection for Mr. Allen.
All right.
And that's okay. No, it looks like you did that. That's fine. Just want to make sure we had you. It's FAM 20-0286-173 in the interest of Caden Allen and Christopher Allen. We're set today for a final, but it appears it's going to be a permanency hearing. So I do have to give the parents a statutory warning, and that is that your parental rights and duties are subject to restriction or termination if you are unable or unwilling to provide your child or children with a safe environment. All right, and so let's get everybody sworn in. It's going to be testifying. So if you will take yourself off of mute and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. New.
Thank you. I call Presley Jock. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Presley Jock.
And are you the conservatorship worker for Christopher and Caden in their case?
Yes.
And where are they currently placed?
They're currently placed in a foster home in Hunt County.
And how are they doing there?
They're doing well. They were moved on March 1st. Christopher's been making progress with his speech and his schooling. And then Caden, he's almost walking and everything too. So everything's going really good.
Okay. So they left another placement at the 1st of March?
Yes.
Were they weren't placed together in that prior placement, is that right?
They were with a legal risk adoption home, but they were unable to meet Christopher's needs and manage his behavior. So they sent in a discharge notice.
Okay. Okay. So how are they both healthy? Any medical issues?
No medical issues at this time.
How is Christopher doing with his behavior issues? And
he's doing great. They went to the doctor and Christopher is completely off of his medicine that he was put on in a previous foster home. I've seen great improvements. I mean, he can sit still and, work on activities. His speech, he can, tell you what he needs and wants. I mean, I feel like he's made a lot of progress in this home already.
Oh, great. Any developmental issues with either of the boys?
Could you repeat that, please? I couldn't hear you.
Are there any developmental issues with either of the boys?
Christopher, on a psychological last June, he was diagnosed with a universal developmental delay and speech delay, but other than that, no other specified delays.
Okay, and he's getting therapy for that?
Yes.
Okay. And so is the current placement meeting all their needs?
Yes.
You requested the court to maintain them in that placement at this time?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the progress of the parents. We'll start with Dad. Is he making adequate and appropriate progress on his family plan of service?
I would say he's not. However, we're making a little bit more progress than the last court hearing. He has set up parenting classes. He hasn't gave me a certificate yet. I believe he's still taking them, but he'll need to provide the department with their certificate. And then substance abuse counseling. I know he missed some sessions with Stephanie Teal because both the parents were incarcerated in March and other things that were going on as far as housing and stuff. So he did reach out to her yesterday and has set up appointments back up. So he needs to complete parenting and substance abuse counseling.
What was he incarcerated for in March?
Possession of methamphetamines.
How's he doing on his drug testing?
The last drug test I sent him for was a UA, and it was negative. And however, him and Miss Bell both admitted that they did use in March. So I felt like it wouldn't give enough time if they currently aren't using now.
Okay, so was that in April?
This was in March, a UA. I have not sent them for a hair follicle yet because of their such that they're currently using at this time.
Have they been consistent in going for drug testing when you've asked it over the past 3 to 4 months?
Mr. Allen has, and Miss Spell, she did miss March's drug test, but they did move to Fort Worth and they'll have to provide me with that address so I can request a courtesy worker so they don't have to drive to Athens to drug test.
Okay, let's stick with Mr. Allen.
Okay.
Has he He has gone to all his drug testing in the past 4 months.
Yes.
Have the results been negative?
They have been negative on UAs. Our last hair follicle, of course, in January wasn't negative, but his last UA in March was negative.
Okay, in January, he was positive for what?
Methamphetamines and amphetamines.
Okay. So he is not in compliance, correct?
Correct.
And let's talk about mom. Is she making adequate and appropriate progress on her plan?
I would say she isn't at this time. We still have a long way to go. But she's about the same as Mr. Allen. They have started parenting together, and then substance abuse counseling with Stephanie. I believe she reached out to her yesterday to get that reset up because they missed sessions in the month of March.
And so she was also arrested with Mr. Allen for possession of controlled substance methamphetamine in March.
Yes.
And then was she also positive on her hair follicle in January for methamphetamine?
Yes.
You say we've got a lot to go, but we're at the end of the case. So you really mean there's a lot they haven't done?
Yes.
Okay. So she also is not in compliance, correct?
Correct.
And the department's goal at this time is what?
Unrelated adoption.
So the department is seeking termination of their parental rights.
Yes.
Correct? And our dismissal date at this time is May 17th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's our 1-year dismissal date. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is the department requesting a 6-month extension under the most recent Texas Supreme Court emergency order?
Yes.
Which requires us to extend under the extraordinary circumstances provision of the statute, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, but is the department requesting that the court set this for a jury trial at its earliest convenience?
Yes.
Okay. And you're asking the court to maintain the status quo at this time otherwise?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Pass the witness.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes, my question to you is, has Ms. Bell kept in contact with you?
Since she's been released from incarceration, she has.
Did she miss any other drug tests besides the one in March?
The last drug test I have for her was in January, so I believe that she missed February as well, but I would have to go look back in my records.
So you don't know for sure she missed February. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
I'm not sure.
And has she been I think you said already, but refresh my memory, was she positive for meth and the hair follicle in January?
She was, yes.
Has there been any point in time that the levels have gone down?
Not recently, no. They've either stayed pretty much the same or went up in some occasions.
That's witness, Shauna.
And Mr. Smith?
Ms. Jock, has Mr. Allen, Christopher Allen, has he maintained contact with you?
Yes.
And has he provided with you the completion of the services that he has done?
Yes, I have received documentation of that, yes.
What are they, are the parents, is Mr. Allen visiting?
Both parents are, however, we do have to reschedule due to transportation issues a lot.
And have you, in observing those visits, have they been appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated they had moved to Fort Worth and you're trying to assign a courtesy worker. Is that right?
Yes, I will just need their address in order to assign them a courtesy worker. Yes, sir.
I just
Hold on.
forgot
Chris.
that. My bad.
All right, hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, and Mr. Scott?
You testified that since Christopher has been placed with the new family in the beginning of March, that he was taken off some medication he'd been on through most of the case. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And it's had a pretty significant effect on him, a positive.
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Yes. When I've been out to the home multiple times this month or last month, and he can actually sit still and, work on an activity. He's listening better. He's nearly potty trained. He's been, talking a lot. I feel like he's focusing more in school and learning more than he was in his previous placements.
Okay. And this is a pretty young foster family, and they stay pretty active with the boys. They take them out and they get a lot of that energy and aggression out.
Definitely. Yes. She takes them to the park at least once a day.
And the boys weren't really getting that in their previous placements in this case.
They weren't, no.
Okay. So you think it's in the boys' best interest that they remain where they're at this time?
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Neve, any further witnesses?
I'd have just a couple of cleanup questions with Ms. Jock, if I could. Just one. Ms. Jock, is, to your knowledge, is Ms. Bell pregnant at this time?
Yes.
Okay. And are they showing up for all their visits each month, or are they missing some?
They are missing some. I make them tell me at 5 and then sometimes at 8 that morning. I have to reach out to them and they said, can we reschedule? So, are they visiting? Yes, but I'm nice enough to let them reschedule instead of them going to their actual scheduled visitation day. Yes.
Are they doing 2 a month like they're scheduled for?
At least once a month. I know on one occasion, it wasn't this past month, but there was one month that they just said they couldn't get a ride and they only visited one time that month.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any further questions, Ms. Jock?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Neve?
Further. I would call CASA. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Kathy Moreland.
And what is CASA's recommendation at this time?
We agree with the department. The boys are doing very well in the placement where they are now. Christopher has made great strides. They are meeting all their needs, and I believe that the placement should stay. And I agree with the department on termination of parental rights due to the parents not making it a priority for a whole year to do their services.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Ms. Mayall?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith?
No questions.
Mr. Scott?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, anything further, Ms. Neve?
No, Your Honor. The department rests.
All right, Ms. Mayall, any witnesses?
Yes, I'll call Sheridan Spell.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Bell, where are you residing right now?
At Azle.
What's the address there? Do you know?
103 Harold Lane. It comes up as Weatherford and the zip code is 76085.
Okay. And when did you move?
About 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. What was the reason that you moved?
To get away from all down there, all the bad, to start to actually have a better chance of being better, not having all those the bad people around, and just it was
Okay, so you moved to get away from the drug scene where you were at, right?
Yeah, and I couldn't go back with my family. They're not good mentally.
Okay, so is there anything that you have done as far as working on your family plan of service that was not mentioned by Ms. Jock?
I did take my drug test in February. We were a little later than we were supposed to, only because we had to pick up my brother from school. We just finished 4 classes of the virtual of the parenting classes and nurturing classes. We're very vocal in the class. We're giving answers. We're responding to them. Stephanie Teal, I was supposed to call her, but she was in the hospital, and I gave her about a week and a half to get out of the hospital and to feel better, because she was supposed to reschedule with me, and she never did, and I could never get a hold of her after that.
Who are you talking about?
Stephanie for the drug counseling.
Stephanie Teal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, have you done anything like a 12-step program or anything like that?
No, ma'am. I was going to in jail, but I got out before I was able to. But I would do the little worksheets that the girls did have in jail, and I was doing it through them, but not through an actual class.
All right. So, I'll pass the witness.
Ms. New?
Thank you. Ms. Bell, do you have reliable transportation?
Yes, right now, yes.
I pass the witness.
Mr. Smith?
Ms. Bell, are you currently residing with Christopher Allen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you help him with his transportation needs since y'all are living together?
Yeah, we own the same car.
I'll pass the witness.
And Mr. Scott?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Mayhall, any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor, we're pressed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. Any witnesses?
I have no witnesses, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Scott, any witnesses or recommendations?
No witnesses, Your Honor. I agree with Casa. I think this is, and the department, I think this is a great home. I've seen so much change in Christopher. It's amazing. And I think it's a wonderful placement, and I recommend the children stay right where they're at.
All right. Well, the department is going to continue as a temporary managed conservator of both Caden and Christopher, and I will approve the current placement. Now, Ms. Jock, I believe you testified to foster home. Your report said it was a relative home, so I'm not sure which one it is, but I assume it's foster home.
It's foster. I can send in amended report. I will change that.
All right. And as far as the visitation needs to be maintained the way that it is, and parents need to actually exercise that. Now, I am going to grant an extension under the family code, since we do not have an extension, mainly because we need to get this for a trial setting, which what that's going to do is going to make our dismissal date is going to be November the 13th of 2021. We are going to have a permanency review before final on 8/13 of 21. Now, we are currently set for the jury trial setting on June 21st through the 24th. There is another setting that I just put on there for a case that will take precedence over this. So this is a backup case to that jury trial setting on the 21st. And quite honestly, I think the other case, there's a chance it will settle. So everybody needs to be prepared for the 21st of June. All right, anything else I need to cover today? Any questions?
I believe so.
Your Honor,
All
someone
right.
had floated the idea of a settlement conference. I think Ms. Mayhall had sent that out this week. I don't know if that's something that we need to address or if you just want the parties to deal with that on their own.
I am never opposed to a settlement conference. Certainly you don't need a court order to do it, but I will order a settlement conference and we'll put that to be done by May 31st. That'll give you plenty of time for the attorneys to get their schedules together.
Thank you.
Your Honor, since we have their address now, can we make sure that they get a courtesy worker as soon as possible?
I mean, that'll be the department's responsibility to take care of the logistics and stuff. And that'll make things a little easier for your client.
Appreciate
okay. Well, we are going to be adjourned. Mr. Allen, Ms. Bell, you can go ahead and log off and we will see you back at that June 21st date.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Your Honor. May be excused.
Yes, Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And also Judge Keith Loper is cost on this one. I'm bringing him in now.
All right, I got everybody on here. This is going to be FAM 19-0782-173 in the interest of Eden McCoy. We were set today for a final hearing. I'm going to treat this more like a pretrial because my understanding is going to be a contested matter that we have set currently for the 19th of April for a contested bench trial. So is there any pretrial, Ms. Ridgel?
I don't believe so. We've kind of been in ongoing talks with Mr. Langlow, and I mean, we're going to need that 419 still. I had previously sent out exhibits with our original final date. I'm going to do that. I'm going to update that and send it out again.
All right, Mr. Langlow, do you know of any pretrial you're going to need?
Well, I really don't think so. He just kind of changed his mind the last time when they had that other lady call me. But I don't believe that will be necessary at this stage.
Okay. Ms. Mayall, any pretrial from your client?
I have trouble with that mute button.
Don't we all?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No pretrial from me.
All right. Mr. Storm, any pretrial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, we are set for the 19th. And if we can get an agreement, we can prove it up that morning. If not, we do have a court reporter available for the bench trial. Do we anticipate it's going to take more than a day?
I don't. My witnesses will be just the parties.
Okay. All right.
I wouldn't think so, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor,
Well,
is that going to be in person? Or on
no, that's going to be on Zoom because he's going to be on Zoom from the jail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's
Well,
way down.
But I didn't know about the rest of this.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, Mom was arrested. I don't know if she'll be in jail at that time, but if she is, we would also request, I don't know if it's possible to have both of them on Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, and I know that she was in the Henderson County Jail, so we'll either get her available or if she's out, she'll need to attend.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we are going to be adjourned today, and we will see everybody back on the 19th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Maybe something will happen between now and then.
I hope so. All right. Thank you, Mr.
I'll make
Langlow.
every effort.
All right. Mr. Loper, are you're going to be the person testifying and continue on in this?
I will, Your Honor.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
So, okay. All right, then we are adjourned.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, guys, I have got to stand up for a few minutes. So I will be back in about probably a minute and a half, 2 minutes, but I may be standing up when I get back. Ms. Creed, you can go ahead and get everybody in. Yeah, I turned it on.
Okay, I think everyone's audio is connected. Judge is taking a quick break. He'll be back in just a couple minutes, so just hang tight.
Okay, I am back. Sorry about that, people. I couldn't sit here any longer. FAM 20-06-35173, which is a compliance hearing in the department versus Felicia Henderson, Michael Green, David Johnson. Let's see, I think I've got everybody here. All right, so let's get everybody that's going to be testifying today to make sure you're off of mute and to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony provided today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. New.
Thank you. I call Iantha Coleman. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Iantha Coleman.
And are you the FBSS worker for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're here for a continuation of a compliance hearing that started on March 12th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that hearing, you testified that mom was in compliance and the children had been returned to her home. Is that correct?
On March the 12th?
Yes.
Yes.
And is that still the case?
Yes, the children are still in her home, yes.
And she's still in compliance?
Yes.
And with regard to both of the fathers were, they were both in compliance as well, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any of that changed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, is there anything you feel the court needs to be updated on from your perspective?
The only changes that has occurred since Alexis went back home with mom, she had changed schools and she is now attending school at Eustis. And the only concern I had was that due to it being close to the end of the year, I felt that since she was struggling when she went back to Maybank, that she may struggle some being moved to another school. Mom, Miss Henderson and I looked at her grades last night and she did have some real low grades in a couple of her classes. But we talked about some of her grades not being entered yet. And I did speak to the school and they did say that some of her grades had not been entered and and they were waiting on her grades from the other school. So they were sure that they would probably go up.
Okay. And the department's position on March 12th was that we felt like we needed to stay in probably another 90-ish days. Is that still your position?
At that, yes.
That we need to stay in and monitor with the girls back home?
With mom, yes.
Okay. I will pass the witness.
Ms. Donovan?
Yes. Just briefly to follow up on the school issue, you said that was with Alexis, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she had, she is living in the Eustis School District, correct?
Correct.
So that is where she should be going, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And she had not been there, though, when she was placed, I think, earlier with Miss Henderson's sister. Is that correct?
She was not going to Eustis?
Yes.
To my knowledge, she was going to Maybank.
Okay. And was she also in another school district at one point with my client's sister, or was that Maybank?
She was in Waxahachie.
Okay. So, but now she's back where she would be because that's where she lives. And the other child of Miss Henderson goes to Eustis also, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Stormont?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions. Ms. Coleman, did Mr. Johnson make you aware of some behavior by his daughter, Madison, recently?
Yes, he just mentioned it to me the other day when I called him. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday when I called him.
Okay, and was that behavior related to her acting out, being verbally abusive, violent in their home?
He didn't mention any violence. He mentioned that she had told grandma to shut up, and I think she was snapping at him.
Okay. And when you met with Ms. Henderson to discuss the grades of Alexis, did you address that with her at that time?
I did. I spoke to her and I also spoke to Madison.
Okay, and what were their replies to those concerns?
It was a total different story on what I was provided by Mr. Johnson, and all of the information was not provided to me by Mr. Johnson. So what I was informed by Madison is that I think her cousin, which is Mr. Johnson's sister's daughter, took her phone and apparently threw her on the floor. They got into a fight and the cousin threw a chair at her. And the chair, I think, grazed her on the face. But when I spoke to mom stated that she was beat with a chair. Madison was beat with a chair but didn't have any bruises, but Madison didn't mention anybody beating her with a chair. So the stories was different. But I did follow up on it.
Does the fact that the stories are different between mom and Madison and Mr. Johnson give you any cause for concern?
Well, due to the issues that mom and dad has been having throughout the case, it doesn't surprise me that the stories are different. But I mean, speaking to Madison and talking to her about it, and her not knowing I was going to talk to her about it, and mom or Madison didn't even mention the situation to me, they didn't have a chance to get a story together. So, I mean, I took it, I got the information, and I was going to talk to Mr. Johnson about it, but it was late last night when I left Ms. Henderson's and them home.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
And Ms. New, any further witnesses?
I don't have any further witnesses. I would rest.
Okay. All right, Ms. Donovan, any witnesses you'd like to call?
Your Honor, not at this time, I don't believe.
Okay. Mr. Stormer, any witnesses you have?
Just real briefly, I'd like to call David Johnson.
All right.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Can you inform the court kind of your version of what occurred at your house when Madison was over there last time?
She was lashing out. She called her grandmother stupid, and the niece, she was biting her niece, my niece and all that. She was on the phone listening, and she asked her to quit. There was no chair throwing or hit with no chair. And she bit her up and down her arm. And the chair, she threw the chair at her, and when she pushed the chair back, it slid back over into her, but there was no hitting with the chair.
So Madison was actually biting her niece. How old's the niece?
The cousin, 14 years old.
So Madison was biting this 14-year-old girl?
Yes.
Okay, and then Madison's the one that threw the chair at the 14-year-old girl?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that typical behavior from your daughter?
No, sir, it's not.
Okay. Recently, you and I had talked, and you had told me that some of Madison's friends from school have approached you. Is that correct?
Their parents have.
Okay. And in conversations with their parents, you've learned that Madison's telling her friends that
Well, I'm
she'd
going
rather
to
be.
object here to hearsay.
That'll be sustained.
Okay. And when you had these conversations with these friends, what was your impression of the conversation?
That she was she wanted to stay with me, and she didn't. It's kind of, she was angry about the situation going on.
Okay. And you can understand how, you know, I mean, for your daughter and for Alexis, Mr. Green's daughter, this is tumultuous time in their life. I mean, they've been
Yes, sir.
placed in 3 different homes and 3 different schools in just a period of a few short months. So you can understand how that's disruptive to a child.
Yes, sir.
And you're willing to work with Madison and work with Felicia and try to get Madison in some counseling to address these issues. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we let Felicia know when I dropped her off Monday at 6. We let her know what went on.
Okay.
Told her the whole story.
And when this case first began, you on your own went ahead and completed a co-parenting class. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've recently filed into the parent-child relationship case you have in the 173rd on this with Felicia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She hasn't been served yet, but we're going ahead and made a case over there. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
And Ms. New, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Donovan, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Strong, any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Right. All right, for today's purposes then, it seems like the parents are all in compliance with their service plans and doing what they're supposed to be doing. There is that pleading that has been filed, and Judge Moore will hear that. It's kind of strange because this case was filed into that cause number, I believe. I don't remember, but Judge Moore will hear whatever custody issues are related to that portion of the case. This case seems like it's going in the right direction. I'm going to go ahead and maintain the case and set it for June the 11th for a compliance hearing. That's about 60 days out, which will give us a good idea because you'd ask for 90 days for March. So that'll be that 90-day window there. Might not be a bad idea to get the kids some counseling and at least let them, talk to a counselor and, get some things worked out. Sounds like both of them have some issues that probably they need to work on. So the department needs to make available counseling services for the children in this particular case. Anything else that I need to cover today?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
All right. Well, in that case, I appreciate everybody being here. I am going to say this to the parents. I've been doing family law for a very long time. Most of the attorneys on here have been doing family law for a very long time. The more you guys can work with each other, the better your kids are going to be. And fighting each other is not the way to make your kids turn out okay. Okay, just letting everybody know that that's my opinion about it, and that should be brought up in co-parenting classes. So just understand that, and let's try to make this work for the kids. So that's what I'm here for. All right. All right, thank you. And we're going to be adjourned, and we'll see everybody back in June 11th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
May we be excused, Your Honor?
I don't know. I may have one more question for you.
Well, I'll stay then.
Since you never can get all your questions the first time.
Yeah. Fair enough.
All right. Yes, you can be excused, Ms. New. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good weekend.
All righty. Y'all have a good weekend as